cumpriu os deveres, está cá, mas não pode votar.
Mas é que a cena a seguir tem 11, com 11 votos a favor.
Imagina, pode ser mesmo uma grelha, mas cumprindo isso, ok?
Porque a cena é que. Não, mas deve ser de alguém, não sei porque.
Que é para depois confirmar.
As escolas na altura eram universidades politécnicas francesas que vinham cá mostrar os seus cursos, ver qual era a ligação que havia com as universidades portuguesas. E uma coisa que eu fiquei abismado com várias coisas, mas uma delas foi que os alunos em França, pelo menos daquelas universidades politécnicas, para acabar a licenciatura, são obrigados a fazer um semestre de Erasmus. Nós, digo aqui os Açores, nós não teríamos essa capacidade para já, mas acho que é fundamental sair, ir aprender outras culturas, ou ir ver outras realidades e depois voltar para o seu país e tentar aplicá-las. Nós, acho que não há nenhuma universidade portuguesa que faça isso, mas eles fazem e eu acho que isso é importante. Falando sobre isso, a nível de números de Erasmus, nós temos subido continuamente o nosso número de tanto incoming como outgoing, como staff. No incoming, houve aquela baixa da Covid, nós já recuperámos e já ultrapassámos os números antes da Covid. Temos alguns problemas, um deles tem a ver com o aumento gradual, e aqui bastante acentuado, da habitação, do preço da habitação, e que as pessoas, de alguma forma, quando tentam vir, fazem contas à vida. E, portanto, o ano passado perdemos alguns alunos Erasmus incoming por essa razão. Nós estamos a terminar 3 residências, uma em cada um dos nossos polos, em Algarve, André e Horta, e, portanto, vamos adicionar 270 camas ao total da oferta a nível de residência, e eu penso que isso poderá melhorar a atração dos alunos que gostam de ir aos Açores. Açores está na moda e, portanto, as pessoas gostam muito de ir. A mobilidade outgoing é muito menor. Os nossos alunos, a gente sente nas sessões de acolhimento, vão-se embora, mas tem sido mais difícil. E é uma das coisas que eu percebo também tem a ver com o custo. Nós estamos aqui no meio, temos que sair para fora. Eu sei que há uma majoração, as nossas bolsas têm uma majoração, mas mesmo assim é difícil. Mais coisas que eu vos queria dizer. Mobilidades, eu sei que só me disseram para falar 3 minutos, mas a habitação, ok, acho que é praticamente isso. Só quero partilhar convosco outra coisa, que é, nós esta semana fizemos a nossa reunião do Conselho Geral para a aprovação das contas, que eu penso que é o equivalente ao que vocês vão fazer hoje. Foi uma tarde, eu saí de lá muito, não consegui imaginar como é que vocês vão ficar 2 dias a fazer isso. Portanto, vão precisar de muita sorte e espero que corra tudo muito bem e que tenha valido a pena. Okay? Obrigado.
Quando chamo agora a doutora Verónica Leite, chefe da Divisão de Desenvolvimento Social.
Eu acho que conseguem.
Sim.
Mais obrigada por convite à Câmara Municipal. A senhora vereadora, por motivos de agenda, não conseguiu estar presente, mas fez-se representar pelo nosso departamento. Antes de mais, sejam bem-vindos à Ponta da Algada. Reparei que já estão cá desde ontem, pelo menos oficialmente, portanto espero que esteja a ser uma surpresa agradável. Por norma, quem nos visita quer mais e aconselho-vos a percorrerem não só a Ilha de São Miguel, mas se tiverem a oportunidade, somos 9 ilhas, cada uma muito diferente na sua história, cultura e gente, portanto fica aqui também o resto para mais tarde poderem visitar cada uma das nossas ilhas. Agradecer-vos o facto de terem feito este evento em Ponta da Algada. Para nós é sempre gratificante receber iniciativas como estas, dão-nos visibilidade e também promovem aqui um debate na comunidade estudantil. Erasmus faz parte já daquilo que é a cultura dos Açores, não só na área da educação, como também da educação não formal. Eu trabalhei muitos anos na área da educação não formal. Portanto, iniciativas destas são-nos sempre muito queridas, porque realmente acredito que, no caso dos Açores em particular, além de promover mobilidade, promove desenvolvimento intelectual das pessoas. Mais uma vez agradecemos e desejamos aqui também votos de bons dias de trabalho. Obrigada.
Chamo agora a Presidente da ESN Açores, Carla Ponte. cumprimenta o Presidente da ESN Portugal, Pedro Miguel Almeida.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. Prezado Sr. Vice-Reitor da Universidade dos Açores, Professor Dr. Francisco Martins, prezada Sra. Chefe de Divisão de Desenvolvimento Social, Dra. Verónica Leite. Bom dia a todos. Pronto, é com um enorme orgulho que vos dou as boas-vindas à primeira Assembleia Geral da ESN Portugal nos Açores e também peço desde já desculpa por ter escrito um discurso, mas queria evitar qualquer omissão. Este momento é por si só histórico, não apenas por estarmos reunidos num território tão especial, mas sobretudo porque marca o início de um novo capítulo na nossa rede, a criação da ESN Açores. Uma conquista que resulta da visão e persistência, acima de tudo, de um forte compromisso dos nossos voluntários locais, mas também dos nossos antecessores aqui na ESN Portugal, com aquilo que somos enquanto Erasmus de Estudo na Política. Quero começar por dirigir um agradecimento muito especial ao Sr. Vice-Reitor e também à Sra. Chefe de Divisão da Câmara Municipal pela vossa presença aqui hoje e que o vosso apoio claramente não é apenas simbólico, é também um sinal claro que acredito naquilo que fazemos e acredito também no impacto que temos e no potencial que esta nova secção pode ter e terá para a região. Muito obrigado pelo vosso apoio e esperamos estar aqui sempre à altura de compromisso também para com as comunidades que representam. A ESN tem como missão enriquecer a sociedade através dos estudantes internacionais, mas na verdade é muito mais do que isso. Somos uma rede que cria pontes, que aproxima culturas, que desenvolve competências, que dá aos jovens ferramentas para serem mais ativos, mais conscientes e mais preparados para o futuro que juntos viveremos enquanto cidadãos europeus. Para a ESN Portugal, este também é um momento de afirmação, mostra que continuamos a crescer, a inovar, a chegar mais longe, mas acima de tudo mostra que conseguimos adaptar a nossa missão a diferentes contextos, respeitando sempre as especificidades locais, enquanto mantemos aquilo que nos une, que é o voluntariado como causa maior. Mas se há algo que sustenta este crescimento são precisamente momentos como este. Uma Assembleia Geral não é apenas um requisito estatutário, é o espaço onde nos encontramos enquanto Federação, onde discutimos o presente com espírito crítico e onde definimos em conjunto o rumo que queremos seguir para a nossa Federação. É aqui que garantimos a transparência, o alinhamento e a responsabilidade. É aqui que damos voz às secções, construímos decisões coletivas e que reforçamos aquilo que nos distingue, que é uma rede feita de estudantes para estudantes, mas com um impacto muito para além disso. Uma boa Assembleia Geral é aquela em que há debate, onde há participação ativa e onde há diferentes perspectivas à mesa, e é isso que vos desafiou a fazer ao longo destes dias. Portanto, participarem, questionarem e contribuírem. Porque o futuro da ESN Portugal constrói-se aqui, nas decisões que tomamos juntos, com o mesmo objetivo sempre em mente. E se olharmos para o último ano, há muito que nos podemos orgulhar da nossa Federação. Reforçámos a nossa presença institucional, com reuniões e momentos de diálogo com entidades nacionais e europeias, levando a voz dos estudantes internacionais mais longe. Tomámos posições claras sobre temas relevantes para a mobilidade, para a juventude, afirmando-nos cada vez mais como um ator credível neste espaço. Nos últimos meses fomos a voz dos estudantes internacionais, tanto em assuntos mais internos, como por exemplo a defesa dos seus interesses, quer ao nível autárquico, quer ao nível do Governo Central, chegando até às eleições presidenciais, mas também a nível europeu, defendendo um novo programa Erasmus 2028-2034, mais igualitário e sendo mais acessível para todos os jovens. Temos também passos importantes na valorização interna da nossa rede, com mais momentos de formação, mais apoio às secções e foco claro no desenvolvimento dos nossos membros. Continuamos também a investir na qualidade dos nossos eventos, garantindo que são esquecíveis para os estudantes que acolhemos e que são um elemento de integração efetiva nas comunidades locais. Portanto, a todos os presentes, membros de rede, convidados, parceiros, obrigado por fazerem parte deste momento. A vossa presença reforça aquilo que defendemos e que juntos conseguimos ir mais longe. Que esta Assembleia Geral seja um espaço de partilha, decisões importantes de fortalecimento da nossa rede, mas seja também um momento para celebrar-se para o caminho que já fizemos e, sobretudo, o que ainda vamos fazer aqui para a frente. Portanto, aproveitem estes dias para deixar a vossa marca e, claro, para celebrar também, como só a ESN sabe fazer. Nós todos aqui somos passageiros, mas aquilo que construímos juntos fica, e fica a ESN Portugal e ficam também as memórias que levamos connosco. Portanto, muito obrigado e viva a ESN Portugal.
Pronto, agora sim chamo a Presidente da ESN Açores, Carla Ponte.
Muito bom dia a todos. Em primeiro lugar, agradecer a presença do Sr. Vice-Reitor Francisco Silva e também da chefe de divisão Verónica, a Sra. Verónica, E agradecer também a presença de todos vocês aqui na PN Açores. É com grande honra que nós, ISN Açores, vos acolhemos cá na nossa menor casa, na nossa universidade. É uma das casas, e também ontem tivemos nenhuma muito especial para nós. E quando falamos com todos os que estão ali sentados, e são eles que também são responsáveis por isto ser possível. Nós estamos cá, não é uma luta de um mês, são 3 anos a lutar para que este dia fosse possível. É um grande orgulho para nós, e isto também é possível porque a Board também esteve disponível para nos ajudar. A senhora Nádia, a senhora Nádia e as girlies da Nádia fizeram também a nossa t-shirt e todos os cartazes que foram feitos para a PN Açores. Sem as girlies da Nádia, nada disto também seria possível. Obrigado também à paciência do Edgar e da Sara na organização e espero que vocês gostem de cá estar. Vamos fazer tudo o que for possível para que vocês sejam bem recebidos e que se sintam também em casa, como nós sentimos quando vamos aos vossos eventos. E espero que venham mais e melhores anos da ISN Açores, e viva a ISN Portugal! Uma pequena surpresa.
Não, ainda não.
Ainda não?
Ainda não, é a seguir.
É a seguir? Está bem. Então a surpresa é a seguir.
Sim. Só para alguém para nada.
Ok, acho que conseguem ouvir. Queríamos terminar aqui este momento de celebração com a nossa Highlight Initiative que fazemos então todas as nossas plataformas nacionais. Para aqueles que não sabem, é um momento de... Para aqueles que não sabem, é um momento em que nós celebramos as nossas causas e os nossos feitos, onde cada uma das nossas secções tem a possibilidade de submeter uma candidatura que para eles foi importante e que fez a diferença no seu dia-a-dia. Nós tivemos a sorte de receber 4 diferentes, portanto recebemos uma da ESN Aveiro que fala sobre Postcards Home, a ESN Coimbra com o Solidarity Run, a ESN Lisboa com o Iftar Dinner e a ESN Minho com o Spreading Christmas, Have You Met Santa. Portanto, eu queria primeiro agradecer às 4 secções que tiraram o tempo para partilhar um bocado das suas causas e dos seus efeitos no dia-a-dia, também na vida dos nossos estudantes, que é esse o nosso objetivo. E sem mais delongas, apresentar quem foi a grande vencedora e depois convidar também a secção a vir aqui falar um bocadinho sobre o seu projeto. Portanto, o vencedor é...
O iftar, para quem não sabe, nós estivemos agora no período do Ramadão, que é um mês, e o iftar é a refeição em que os muçulmanos quebram o jejum diariamente. E nós já no ano passado decidimos fazer um iftar para, no fundo, conseguir acolher a comunidade muçulmana que faz Erasmus em Lisboa. Pronto, este ano decidimos repetir e conseguimos uma bolsa da ISN Internacional para implementar o evento. Então, basicamente, fizemos um jantar com 54 pessoas, que custou 5 € a cada e foi super completo. Então, pronto, graças à bolsa que nos foi atribuída. E é isso, foi muito, conseguimos, acho que sim, 54. Foi na Faculdade de Letras e pronto, foi muito fun e as pessoas ficaram muito gratas por terem a oportunidade para celebrar a sua cultura e partilhar também para aqueles que não eram religiosos, porque havia muita gente que não era muçulmana. E pronto, é isso. Depois eu posso mostrar mais fotos. Obrigada.
Pronto, pessoal. Uma das coisas que vocês sempre falam, quando falam nos Açores, vocês pensam em quê? Ok. Qual é a nossa mascote? Nós temos um mimiquilina grande lá fora. À espera de vocês. Portanto, venham daí descobrir a surpresa.
Só um minuto. Não é. Pronto, que como repararam, eu esqueci-me de fazer o quorum check, portanto, antes de sairmos, vamos fazê-lo agora. Depois já.
Ok.
Muito rápido. Malta. ISN Açores. ISN Algarve. ISN Aveiro. ISN Castelo Branco. ISN Coimbra. ISN Covilhão. ISN Évora. ISN Lisboa. ISN Minho. ISN Porto. E Jó. ISN Tomar. ISN Otávio. Temos fora.
Leva tudo.
Because this is a lot of voice.
It's good.
Mas eu acho que já projetei bem a voz.
Mas
Faz o que tu quiser.
Okay, I'm not going to use the mics because of the streaming. Maybe.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so now we are going to change to English, okay, for the people who are watching us at home. And now, very fast, I'm going to present the in General Assembly intervention rules that you are watching already. So, participant rights. National statutory bodies, you have the right to speak and make procedural proposals. National support structures, you have the right to speak and make proposals. Vote holders, right to speak, make proposals and vote, and the other participants have only the right to speak. Some tips. When you speak, when you have a question or an intervention, please be constructive, be concise, and do not do compound questions, okay? And speak up. Every time you speak, please speak up and loud. As usual, use the topics in the General Assembly app, okay? Maximum 2 questions per intervention, and you have the right to react. If your question is already covered, you say I'm covered, okay? Okay, and the rules basically are these. Do you have any proposal to change the agenda?
I would like to suggest that we change the topic of the hack, the
Activities and financial
Yes.
report.
to after lunch. There's 2 topics that are around 1 hour 20. I would like to ask if we could like switch these 2 topics with this one and kind of have a 10 minutes of left kind of like deducted from lunchtime, like switched around. I don't know if this will be possible.
So you want to change the activities and financial report after lunch?
Yes.
Is only that?
Yes.
Okay.
And the proposal would be to take the 2 after lunch and trade, you know?
Okay. Okay. So after the coffee break, the 2 proposals,
Yes.
then lunch, and then activities and financial report. Okay, so the proposal is change the activities and financial report after lunch.
Yes.
The first topic after lunch. Okay. Okay, so we have a proposal from ESM Porto. Basically, we are going to vote if you agree to change the activities and financial report 2025 after lunch. Okay, this is the question. So, ESM Açores.
Yeah.
on topics that are on the agenda.
Okay, exato. ESM Aveiro.
Yes.
ESM Castelo Branco. Ok. ESN Coimbra.
Yes.
ESN Covilhã.
Yes.
ESN Évora. ESN Lisboa.
Yes.
ESN Minho.
Yes.
ESN Porto.
Yes.
ESN Tomar.
Yes.
Okay, so the proposal is accepted. So we are going to change the topic. Okay, now if you see the agenda, the hours are not well, okay, but we are going to fix them during the presentation, okay, to not take more time. Okay, now we are going to vote the minutes of the last 2 national platforms, okay, National Platform Lisboa and the Extraordinary, okay. So do you approve the summary of the National Platform Lisboa 2025, ESN Açores,
Yes.
ESN Aveiro,
Yes.
ESN Castelo Branco,
Yes.
ESN Coimbra,
Yes.
ESN Covilhã,
Yes.
ESN Évora,
Yes.
ESN Lisboa,
Yes.
ESN Minho,
Yes.
ESN Porto,
Yes.
ESN Tomar,
Yes.
ESN Utah.
Yes.
Okay, so the summary is approved. Do you approve the summary of the Extraordinary National Platform 2025, ESN Açores,
Yes.
ESN Aveiro,
Yes.
ESN Castelo Branco,
Yes.
ISN Coimbra,
Yes.
ISN Covilhã,
Yes.
ISN Évora,
Yes.
ISN Lisboa,
Yes.
ISN Minho,
Yes.
ISN Porto,
Yes.
ISN Tomar,
Yes.
ISN Natal.
Good.
Okay, so the two summaries are approved, and finally we can continue to the next topic, board updates.
Can we start?
Yes.
Is this a point?
Não, peraí.
Is it on? Yes. So, in the meanwhile... Ah, okay. Não, vamos buscar os meus colegas.
I got it. I got them.
Ok, quando quiser.
Tá? Tens de pôr na aplicação, tens de pôr no PowerPoint para isto passar. Yeah. Should we start? Yes. So, hello everyone. Once again, let's officially start the MP. So, the first topic, as you know, is the board updates. And we are showing you what we have been doing since the last MP Lisboa. So, we are starting by the general updates of the National Board. We were present at the Erasmus National Games, Aveiro. We were also at the GA Office International in Wrocław, in Poland. We were also in committee meetings in Minho, in Braga. And we also held the National Board Strategic Meeting in Porto. The National Strategy Meeting with the sport positions in the new sport positions in Vila Nova de Gaia. And we also had the ESN Craig, and we are here now on the NP Açores. We also had a lot of meetings, of course, with the with the statutory bodies of this in Portugal. We also had our weekly national board meetings. We also had the monthly national organizations calls. We held also the quality assurance with the regional coordinator and training coordinator of SWEP, as we do with our sections. We had some meetings with our sport positions, SWEP call every month, where we discussed the teams or matters of this international league of other SWEP countries. And we also had our local boards calls, as you know, and we also held the extraordinary NP December online. So, from my side, okay, so, I cannot see we also we celebrated a new protocol with FADU, with the Academic Federation of the University Sports, and we sorry. Okay. So we also have the preparation and election office in Portugal for the board of the National Youth Council, which we should be very we should be celebrating this because we were the organization most voted for the board of the National Youth Council, and I'm very happy with this because they believe in our competencies to be present, to represent the youth in Portugal. This election was, of course, very hard to make because we had a lot of meetings, more than 50, almost 50 meetings. I don't know what's happening. Please, Mark. And but at the end it all went well. We elected also for the other statutory bodies of the National Youth Council. And on 11th of April, we will have the rest of the vacant positions for the elections. Representing us is Francisco Silva, and when he presented his application at the ENP Lisboa, ESN Lisboa raised some concerns regarding we presenting what ESN Portugal is doing at the National Youth Council, and I didn't realize it was a priority for you, so from now on we'll start to make these updates on the local board's calls. Thank you for telling that to us. We are also planning on the strategy for the Portuguese Erasmus Alumni Network. We are planning some events. We are planning to update the mailing list of this project. We also managed the 40 years anniversary or 40-year anniversary of Portugal in the EU. Program is wrong. And we are still planning on to do more events like this. We also elaborated the manifest for the rights to vote of autonomous mobility students that also got a lot of good feedback from international students that were suffering from this. And we also managed the entering of ESN Portugal at the national meeting of the Associativism Directors, ENDA. We, from now on, let's see that it all goes well and we are still invited for the next editions, but we are going to be present as an observatory member at this platform so we can give our opinion in mobility matters. Regarding representation, I'm just highlighting the most important things, but we have been present. I've been a speaker at the Forum of Fair in the future of sustainability for European University Alliances. We also participated for the first time in the second Iberic meeting for internationalization of higher education, organized between the new Institute for Higher Education of Portugal and the National Agency of Spain. It was in Vigo. We also participated in the cooperation event between the International Charlemagne Alumni Youth Prize and the University of Passau in Germany. We also participated at the Gala LXXVII with all the higher education institutions in Portugal from the Institute for Higher Education, our new NA. And we also participated in the presentation of the new strategy for education for development at the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs. And we also have been participating on Futuralia and other fairs like this. Oh, okay, no. This is okay. So, regarding meetings and network, we have been meeting with the Secretary of State for Higher Education regarding reinforcement of the budget for Erasmus Plus program and also presenting the main barriers to mobility in Portugal. We also hold some meetings with the parliamentary groups regarding also the themes. We also managed to for the first time to meet with the mission of Brazil for the sake of the executive. And we also had a meeting with the Polytechnic Institute of Santarém, with their students also interested in creating this section. And I must say that I'm very happy to see some developments, and we are trying to see if it goes well during the summer for them to create actually an association and move forward into the direction of creating ESN Santarém. It will be amazing. We also had the Portuguese President's Call with all the presidents of our sections, and we also been visiting ESN Évora and ESN Algarve. We are planning to move forward on these study visits to visit all of our sections. And for me, it's all.
Okay, so regarding the study for governance, in the general part, we started with the onboarding of the HR and governance support solutions of this new mandate and the preparation of the national, and the preparation of the national strategy meeting, also with the support positions. Then, I'm sorry about these animations, I don't know what happened. Regarding HR network care, we opened the call for the national support positions. We did the quality assurance to ESN Algarve, ESN Évora, and ESN Utah. We opened the second highlight initiative and also the ESN Awards candidacies. Then regarding meetings, we of course have the transitional calls with the HR support positions team, 3 quality assurance just like I said, and 1 HR community call.
Regarding the events, these few months we supervise the national events. We are organizing the youth advocacy training international event in Tomar, supervising NM and reporting all the events. Regarding the national events, we have the Erasmus National Games in Aveiro, NITI Meetings Minho, o NSM in Vila Nova de Gaia, SN Upgrade do TAD. In this moment we have ongoing Level Up Évora, LBM Lisboa, NP Minho and NP Coimbra. Regarding the NM supervision, I'm more responsible with Sarah with the partnerships team. We have periodic meetings with Renata, the main organizer, supervising the budget and contacting the responsible parties. Regarding the event report, almost 2 meetings with the audit team per month regarding this topic. But we already released the SN Upgrade, NP Lisboa, Committee Meetings Minho. The Erasmus National Games and the Erasmus National Meeting will be released today. The SN Upgrade card will be released next month.
Hello. So, regarding my part, as you all know, on the financial side, we've been doing the budgeting and reporting of national events, namely the Erasmus National Meeting. Also, keeping up with all the sections that have been hosting national events. Such as ESN Upgrade UTAD, Community Meetings Minho, and so on. So also doing that financial supervision. Also the management of NSN and strategy weekends logistics, because above all it's all related to finances. And management of the spring order, it's open, please do your orders now, it's until the 3rd. And management of the Federation's budget. On the finances side, so invoicing ENG 2026 and the survival guides. Also the membership fees and the last ESN card order is ready to be invoiced. I just didn't do it before the NP, so you had time to pay it, not to happen the same thing that happened to the survival guides logistic. I've also had regular contact with Vodafone, because as you know, since August, we have a new responsible for the partnership, and he's still learning our way of work. And several calls with the Secretariat because of grants.
So, from my part, same. the general. I did the offboarding of the support positions of 2025 and did the onboarding of the new ones. These are the new faces for projects this year. I prepared some documents for Albufeira City Hall for the support request for ENM 2026. That is really important for us in terms of budget. And on the side of the training, I drafted with the rest of the National Board strategy pool, the strategy for the pool of trainers for 2026. So for the Secretariat and grants, we were responsible for the overview of the EST's recruitment. We were reviewing some applications. We started with a project assistant, communication assistant and a partnership assistant, but one of the requirements for the partnership was to speak Portuguese, and we did not find anyone suitable for the position. So we re-strategized and added an events assistant in the place of the partnership assistants. I supported Patricia in the grants/project applications for Fundação Jornada, Institute for Higher Education, the March round for the European Commission, and the Oasis project. We're going to hear all about it in the Secretariat's updates. I was present with Patricia at the ELCA and Voices of Change, the partners meeting, and I submitted two grants, one for the DATAS project that was approved, and one expression of interest for the ESA grant that is still in revision. Okay, regarding national projects, we have a lot of things going on with the Christmas with Portuguese families. Now the report is being done by Catarina, so it should be out this next week. Regarding the Erasmus in schools, the new mobility officer wanted to do a mobility guide, also prepared by the late mobility officer, Inês, and the overview of the report of the Erasmus in schools for the validation that should be also released in the next 2 weeks. For the Go Green, we had a cards collection at the community meetings. It went very well. We had like 3 kilos and a half. We left it with the OC, so they are going to deliver it. And yet this year we have a delivery of cards to Conti Systems because the two sends we did. They came back to us, the cards, so this was the last delivery to them, and that is closed. Okay, for the meetings and the network, I did some as Secretaries and Projects community calls and Secretary and Projects department calls. I had a meeting with Sofia, former secretary, for the document of the secretariat for the HR procedures and all. For the grants, we had a DATAS webinar that Patricia was also present. We had a meeting with Albufeira City Hall for the documents, and a meeting with the Institute for Higher Education for their annual grants. And then the pool of trainers call that we have 2 or 3 this year, and we are trying to revive it. So we also want to talk and discuss more about things related to the pool of trainers, so these calls are really, really important. Regarding the events and training, we prepared with the pool of trainers the community meetings mini agenda, and the SN upgrade without agenda was also prepared within the national board. We have the community meetings and the upgrade without content preparation. And then the feedback form and report for the community meetings, and the SN upgrade tab is still the report is in the way, but it should also be released in the next few weeks.
Okay, come. So in communication, in general, the offboarding of the 2025 support positions and now the new ones. Then management of the ENG team and coordination with the NM committee and communication responsible, and also the delivery of a communication session in community meetings Tallinn 2026. Then, regarding communication and media, of course, social media maintain an update of welcome session presentation, press releases, meta ads campaigns for the ENM communication team, survival guides communication, VIM training, and communication of national platform Açores. Also, last but not least, campaigns and projects, so collaboration with the projects department to align the projects, the rebranding of the Christmas with Portuguese families, and then the sharing of some collaboration posts with the other web countries, more specifically France, Italy, and Spain.
Okay, so regarding IT, so general stuff, we have been updating the platforms that we use for communication, such as Slack and mail lists, and we've been messing with the infrastructure regarding the websites and to make it maintainable. So some things here. Okay, so I've been doing the support positions onboarding since this is the first year that we have the full IT positions filled, so that is good and we need to keep it on track. We also did the ENM website refactor, so we changed the way that it was done. You don't see it that much different because we took the template from the previous one, but in the background stuff is more reliable, and this year the site didn't crash, so that's good. We've been also using the template from the NM website to develop the ENG website, which is not out in the public yet, or announced, let's say. We've also been migrating the domains to another provider to reduce the costs, the renewal of the Azure grant so we can host the website, and we have been outlining within the IT department infrastructure phased plan to reduce the costs again and to manage the grant applications that the sections have been doing so far. So also regarding on that, together with the people, with the data analyst and the IT community manager, we developed a guide for sections to apply for the Azure portal grant, which a lot of sections already have it, and all of you can have it, so I advise you to take a look. I've been also doing a Slack training for a section that I requested, and yeah, and some knowledge gathering regarding some of the tools of ESN International, such as the OAuth, and also getting more knowledge regarding 1010, which is associated with the satellite web. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so the speaker list is open. We already have some two questions, Matilda too, so you can do the two questions. Okay.
Yellow. Okay, sorry, I'm saying nothing. It's all about education. Sorry. Okay, so the first question is about the presence of ESN Portugal in ENDA, because I think that we discussed this in some education meeting regarding our intervention, because I'm not so sure about this, but it's more of like academic associations usually. So do we see ESN Portugal as like member itself, or like a kind of advisory body that will be present in this events?
Thank you. That's a very pertinent question, and that's something that we have been discussing before joining. I also consulted the previous presidents, and including Rita, former president of ESN International. So I was emphasizing what we should do, but of course the most feasible thing is basically for everyone to understand, this is the meeting of all the academic associations, the student unions in Portugal. They are elected by our international students too, and they have to make decisions and for their policy papers, for example, regarding also our international students. However, we are the ones with most contact with these international students, so it would be good if we could have the possibility of speaking on behalf of them, of speaking of their interests and of their plans. We could not be as a full member there, an effective member, and have the right to vote because they are the ones elected by the international students, and it will be double representation of the same students. So it would seem that we have a lot more of the international students in Portugal than we actually do. So we are there as other youth organizations, as an observatory. We are just observing. And we can see the agenda before attending the event, see if there is a topic regarding academic mobility, and then if there is, if we do have the availability, we can participate and give our opinion without the right vote. I hope I very clear out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can do your second question, yes.
Okay, it's regarding the support of parliamentary groups. I was just asking which ones did you manage to get contact with, and kind of sort of their feedback on how they want to support mobility and how they view this, generally the perspectives of the impact of the contact.
Right. So regarding this, basically we sent the emails asking for meetings for all the parliamentary groups with parliamentary seats, except Chega, since it's our usually way of doing it in ETS in Portugal, but if you don't agree, we can break the discussion regarding that. And we got meetings with them regarding the local elections, but we joined that with the budget of the state. And we got a meeting with PS, PSD, IEL, CDS, Bloco de Esquerda, PCP, no, Bloco de Esquerda, no, PCP, and was it, I think? Yeah, Ben never answered, and Juntos pelo Povo também never answered, also never answered. So, and we also got meetings, no, it was for these, well, yeah, it was just for these topics, so sorry, today is difficult. So we talk about the budget of state, so promoting more budget from the Portuguese budget for the Erasmus program, because until now they only put 10% above the budget that they receive from the European Commission, and those 10% is just to pay for the MA, for the higher education institution, and their salaries and their expenses. It never gets to the students. And a lot of countries do that. A lot of countries put more money so we can have more grants or bigger grants for both. So we are promoting that. We also try to get some conclusions, for example, using the money from PRF. However, this is just like a band stage very quick because it will come right now. And we are planning also, at least for the students that need the most, we have the, putting in English, emerging social support funding from the European funds, that we can use the rest of the money to support students that need the most with a grant for their mobility. However, they are still exploring that possibility, and we with the Institute for Higher Education, we are proposing scenarios that the state could put more budget on this. However, it will cost at least for the bare minimum to upgrade the grants of 1,000 euros, no, 100 euros per person per month. It would be more than 5 million euros per year. And the parliamentary groups and the government say that they do not have that money for now. So that's it.
So hi, Chairman Sean, President Leader.
My question will be regards to the study visit to Algarve. I would just like to know how it went, since from my point of view they have nearly zero presence in the network, and like it would be nice to know how the section actually is doing.
Yeah. So during this visit that it was like 2 weeks ago, I went to Algarve. We had meetings with the team and also with the university and with the vice director and the international relations office. We are aware of the problems that this section had before, but we are looking at the future. We are looking to recover because we are thinking in the international students that they support. They are actually recovering. They are making a lot of efforts to do it. We are talking constantly every week. And they are actually upgrading, and their university is actually recognizing this upgrade on the section. We are now making the efforts of upgrading also the numbers of the HR of human resources in the section, so they can also continue to their activities. But their activities, despite they don't publish that much and they can participate on that much on our network, they are actually making a lot of activities, excellent activities for the students. And we are pushing them for the next step to be, okay, start again to come to us, to come to our MPs, to come to our events, which we were proceeding in that way. However, since Algarve is too far, sometimes it's very difficult. For example, this upgrade in Vila Real, it was almost impossible because the travels were like a day to arrive to Tat and another day to go to Algarve. It was a mess. So I completely understand. I also completely understand the availability of people to come to Açores. And right now they have like snowball of the motivation to do extend events, to do virtual events, because they currently do not know anyone that has come to an extend event, and they are afraid of doing the first step. Of course, it only breaks when someone takes a step, but that's what we are trying to do. I hope I cleared out.
Just to confirm, so the lack of presence in the network is due to financial issues and...
No, they have money.
No financial issues. Currently the events are too far away or too expensive for them to come, and their volunteers don't feel welcome or experienced enough to come to them.
Regarding financial sustainability, they are actually very well, from what I understood. It's just the logistics part. So it's just the time that the people have to travel, and since they are also, almost all of them are working at the same time they are studying, it's very difficult for them to take more 2 days than the event to come and to go to the event. That's it.
Matilde, can I do the second? Yes.
Okay, so this question is regarding the national grants tracker. I would just like to know if this tracker is something like shared with the sections, or is it just a central thing?
No, this was like not study, but study that we did of what grants could be applied for. So it's more focused on the national level. It was like a thing, a brainstorming thing from me with Patricia. But we can make it more section friendly and add some more opportunities to also share with you. But like every city has its own specificities with the grants and the municipality and everything. So it's really hard to cover everything, but we can try to make it more like section friendly and try to see if by regions if it's possible to do something, and we can share with you if you want.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Matilde.
Okay, Matilde Guessanaver. My question is regarding now the transition from the national agency to Institute of Higher Education. Do you feel that there's a difference regarding our impact in it?
Yes. Basically, it was the first thing that we got managed in our first day of mandate, and this is a very long process that we are having right now, because the RNA is mixing with the GES, the General Higher Education. And the director of the IES, the Higher Education Institution, no, the Institute for Higher Education, will be the previous president of the GES, not the NA. So the vice president is the previous director of our NA, and they are losing some autonomy. From now on, they are not. It's not possible for them to make like a protocol with us as we did before, and just give us the money for our activities, and we just present them the action plan. For now, it's impossible. We now have to apply for grants, as we did for the other NA. However, instead of receiving only 7,000 euros, we can now receive 12,000 euros per year. So it's good from this point. The rest, the team, it will be exactly the same as it was before, so the relations are very well. And I think that's it. Also, we have a very good cooperation right now with the JET, which received international students that are going to complete a whole degree. And we see here an opportunity, because right now we have like in the same institution, they have like the international office of JET that we can now reach and promote our organizations of knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
No.
So, regarding the possible section in Saturday, how is it, the older process moving on? Is it, are we going to have a section in Saturday or not?
Well, it's a $1 million question. So the process started like almost 1 year ago. They started sending us emails with the idea to start the section. Then when we took over in our mandate, we continued to receive those emails, but as you know, we are lacking a vice president for governance that will deal with this. So it was not a priority in September. However, we had our national strategy board meeting, and we decided that we could take this step right now in January. And we started already in December to host a meeting with all the students that were interested, and also with the International Relations Office of the University, of the Polytechnic Institute. And we actually have, and also with the student unions. And we actually have like 15 people interested in creating. However, they are not very engaged, all of them. However, last week we already received another contact, because they have like a public program there that functions already as a section, but they call it public program, and we are trying to pass it to a section. However, they do not have like an official and legal association, and this will be a long process for them to create the association, and also for them to follow the duties of our federation and our quality standards. So the process right now is we are challenging them for making more activities for the intentional students, and to start making the program as we currently know. And then from then we are already preparing the statutory bodies without the association, for them to create the statutes and to publish them, and to move forward into an instant section. However, we are afraid of the summer vacations if the motivation goes away. So let's see, we are on top of it, and we are thanking a lot of our expression officer that is doing a great job.
Inish.
Hello, José. So I was just curious if, since this year the National Board is not the main OC of the event, whether this model of you guys being just supervising work done, if you would encourage the next National Board to work like this.
The National Board in this moment is only supervising, the same as we made in other years. We are only responsible for the communications with the municipality of Albufeira, a few partners, specific ones, like Pernod Ricardo and other ones. But in general, the OC have their own autonomy. we still in contact regularly to catch up with them. The budget and the finances is still managed by us, and some decisions are on our side too. Since it's a national event, we can put the responsibility of the strategic decisions on the committee.
Yes.
Okay, I was more asking about last year, each person was responsible for an area, and this year the MO is not from the national board, so my question is that difference, whether you should keep it like you did this year or like it was before?
Yes, I will recommend, because it's a lot of workload that we take out from the entire national board. Last year I was responsible with Sarah, but for example, Sofia was responsible for daytime activities, Victor for nighttime activities. So the entire national board was working for the event. Now we only give more support on budget and strategic decisions, not so much working for the event. So we have a team full on only for that. So we are more available, for example, to take care of network care, expansion. So, and since we don't have the full positions in the national board, was the best decision.
If you want to, you can do your second question.
Okay, great. So last year, when I was in sport position, my feedback and from others was that in the halls, it didn't feel very productive. Sometimes there was more than half of the people missing, and there wasn't a lot of new information. So I brought a bit of this feedback also from people this year from the Spanish board. So I was just wondering if you changed a bit the format, how it's working this year, and so on.
Yeah, okay, so we have a new HR manager, her name is Soraya, and we are still trying to understand what is the best option for us to make the calls, because we do think that's important, so it's not a thing that we want to delete or take out of the support positions, because it's very important for them also to connect with each other and to talk and see which department is doing what. So yeah, but regarding more on the activities or more interactive side, we are still trying to figure it out. So it's not just the documents or the updates that each person did. So yeah, we are trying. I know that sometimes at the beginning it's just we knowing each other and then knowing each other, and of course kind of updates, but we are trying to bring some like team buildings or more activities to the calls to make it more fun and for them to connect more.
Okay, Mijan.
Okay. First, Maria João Silva, Vicente Porto. Thank you so much for bringing these updates. My first question goes to Pedro. It's regarding the protocol, the operation protocol with FAMU. And I wanted to know a little bit more about its implications. Is it more focused on ENG? Is it something more broad?
Okay. So the protocol itself is very broader than ENG. But first of all, basically the protocol, it has a lot of points. First is institutional collaboration towards, for example, the National Youth Council or towards advocacy. For example, if we are discussing a topic at the National Youth Council, we always have like informal but now formal partnership, and we always cooperate and discuss these things, and we can also like form alliances to propose what we actually want. Additionally, in more practical things, we are planning also in involving them more into Erasmus National Games, and if you wish, support, we can also request us to use this partnership for your international Erasmus Games. And basically, for example, since we are doing the NG in Aveiro right now, we can use their museum/office to make, for example, the opening ceremony there, because it's a very nice spot for that. And we can also organize a visit for the museum, etc. We were also discussing the possibilities of applying for grants or managing projects together. And we were also discussing the possibility of organizing, for example, the ENG and bringing teams from them in the places where we do not have a section. So, for example, there are academic associations or student unions present in cities where we currently do not have a section. They could make a local phase, and then they could go to our international phase and possibly international Erasmus gates. However, logistics breaks it all. So basically, we already have our event very stuffed. The agenda is very packed. We currently do not have the infrastructure to have nor volunteers to have 3-4 stadiums working at the same time. Actually, FADU has the means to do it, but they usually take a week or two. We do not have a week or two to make NG. We do not have our students, neither our volunteers available to make 1 week event out of this, especially because this is already very expensive for the students, for the network. It would not be feasible in this way. So we are still thinking, exploring, debating, and I think that's it.
You can do the second question.
My second question is regarding the new section in Switzerland, and I wanted to know at this stage where we still have some sections that we don't have a vice president for governance, we have some sections that still need some support, like extra support from the national board. Do you think creating a new section is a priority and even sustainable in this situation we're in?
Yes. So as I said to Nun, we did not find this a priority in the first semester, but since now we do have an expansion officer, she is taking a lot of this work. She is taking to us the updates. So with the support positions, we can have a broader impact, and especially regarding expansion. They are asking a lot for it. They are actually very well motivated, and it would actually be bad for the image of ESM Portugal if we said no, we can't right now. So we are trying slowly. It's not a priority. The priority is the study visits, for example, for the section, etc. But if we additionally can do it, it's perfect. So, but the state of the section, I already covered that part of the bridge.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Barbara.
Barbara Freire is in Porto. My question is about IT, and specifically when you mentioned some platform changes, if this will have any impact on the sections themselves, and if so, if we push further on how to use the new platforms.
Okay. So when I mentioned the platform changes, it's mainly on the, let's say, the behind the curtains. So, for example, the NM website previously was done in WordPress, which is not. But through a lot of conversation regarding IT and the tools that we use, because there's international uses, for example, for our website, which is outdated, I've seen that WordPress might be a little bit. It was hard for me also because I didn't work with it, and I found a better, more attractive solution for people that are coming to either the national board in future or to the support structures, which is the case now that we have the positions. It will be more easier for them to actually update it in the future. So we did that, for example, in the ENM website. We are going to use that now to do the ENG website and actually try to make it more useful. So, for example, with this new platform, we can implement something like a tool for live scoreboarding. So to actually help more the event rather than just be something to display.
Thank you.
My part is regarding the meeting with Mission Brazil. So besides these advancements of contact with Brazil, are there any efforts or plans that have been made or currently in implementation to get in contact with other CPLP countries, particularly like smaller ones like Guinea-Bissau or Timor-Leste?
So yes, basically that's where we started. We started to ask for a meeting of the whole executive secretariat of CPLP, which they did not accept and sent us to the mission of Brazil for the CPLP. However, it was I went with Mariana Matilda Tunch, our previous liaison officer, and we one conclusion, which is it's not worth it to go to contact with the other missions of the CPLP of other countries right now, because we still have a lot of work to do before. For example, as we are presenting in our advocacy roadmap, we have to make a policy paper that should be supported by other youth organizations or other student associations that represent these students, to have a lot of representation and go there with them to present that to the mission of Brazil for CPLP, Guinea-Bissau, etc. So we have to go to every mission, and then we have to make them understand that education is a priority for now for these young people, for their countries and for development of their countries. Because right now, education is not on the agenda of the Executive Secretariat of CPLP. They do not discuss these things. And if they see, they told us, if you do a forum with all those associations, if you do a policy paper, and if you do, like for example, 3-4 meetings regularly with them, and if we see that there is structure and representativeness, we will understand, and we will take like almost promise that they will take the subject with us for the Executive Secretariat and start to join all the diplomatic efforts to make this happen. That's the whole process.
You can do the second question. It's only okay. Okay, so I propose to close the speakers list. If anyone oppose, so the speakers list is closed. And now we are going to do a coffee break of 20 minutes. So at 11:50, the doors are going to close and we are going to do the quorum check. Ok, 11:50 we have to be here. Ou seja, não sei se há alguma informação sobre o coffee break ou é só ir para lá.
Acho que para lá está.
Ok. Então vá.
Como?
11h50. Pronto.
Vai ver? Não, hoje eu estou a ver.
Não,
Estavam 5 pessoas.
Nenhuma está aqui.
Os guardas estavam sem som.
Agora?
Não, estava.
Durante o tempo todo?
Não, estava. Teve 5 minutos sem som.
Eu não
Não,
preciso de
Ninguém disse nada. Ninguém se manifestou.
E o Ares também.
Quem não colocou o seu nome na tenda de lista, que faz?
Eu acho que agora
Olha, vou contar.
Falta 1 minuto.
Está lixo aqui.
Fecha.
Não, ainda sem quarentena.
Nada.
Ah?
Falta 1 minuto.
Sim, não falta muito.
Faltam 30 segundos. Apitai a sirene.
Exato, meninos para dentro.
Faz como aos bombeiros.
Muito bem.
Você, precisamos de uma esfregona.
Agora está ali com o cronómetro. Está ali com o horário mundial.
Agora um cheque.
Então vá.
Tu estás a fazer isso perto de equipamento, está-me a dar uma ansiedade.
Também temos que fazer alguma coisa.
Absurda.
E a cena? Malta,
Estava a falar
vá.
sério, é preciso de uma esfregona mesmo.
Ok, e a cena Açores?
Sim.
E a cena Algarve? E a cena Aveiro? E a cena Castelo Branco? E a cena Coimbra? E a cena Covilhã? E a cena Évora? E a cena Lisboa? E a cena Minho? E a cena Porto? E a cena E a cena Tado?
Não dá para ligar a câmera logo assim.
Before we continue to the next topic, make sure that you already put your name in the attendance list. And if you haven't signed up the document of Patricia, do it. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Like, just põe só o nome tipo, na tua secção, eu já vi que tu meteste noutra, podes apagar da outra. Portanto, menino. Okay. Proposal for amendment to the activities calendar proposal 2026.
Projeta aí o calendário. Mais, vai, puxa. Tá bom. So, regarding the MP meeting was original on the weekend of 26, 27 and 28 of June. However, is São João party in Braga. In Guimarães, they have another event too, so basically we don't have accommodation at an affordable price for this NP happen. So the proposal is to change for the next weekend, 3, 4 and 5 of July. If we don't approve this, we don't have venue anywhere outside of these dates, okay? Is everything. Please.
Os cartas para dar as pessoas.
The speakers list is open. I propose to
No,
close
I
it.
have a question.
You have a question?
I just want to the... Okay, can I write it or late?
You can say now and you write late.
Okay, the question was just, do we have like...
Tiago Machado and Laura, sorry.
Tiago Machado, yes, and my question was about the fee. Do we have like a preview of what's going to be like?
Yeah, tomorrow you talk about that, but it's around 120 euros already.
Thank you.
But we'll decrease, okay?
Thank you.
Is someone else joining to the speakers list? No? So I propose to close the speakers list. If anyone opposes, the speakers list is closed and we can continue to the next topic, proposal for amendments to the internal spending orders.
So, hello again. So we, the National Board, have some proposals to change or to amend in the internal standing orders of our federation. We found some things that were disaligned with some other articles, and also we conducted consultation of our sections to understand their perceptions about the duties that they have to comply with to prevail to our federation. And the National Board discussed it internally, all of the conclusions, and that being said, we have here our proposals. We propose all of these proposals individually, so they will be voted individually. So you can choose to vote yes to one proposal, no to other, abstention to other. Okay. Okay, I will try to present it in a more clear way, but after we also have the Q&A, and I will ask our sharing team to move from proposal to proposal in document to be more clear while I'm watching the explanatory document. I don't. It's the Article 70. Do you have the numbers here on the keys? Next. Alright, so this is just to clarify that we already state at the beginning of the Article 17, we have stated that all the duties in the Article 13 that are referring for the basic, the duties of the informal group, which is the basic that we have. They already, additionally for the case of the candidate member, they have to comply with all the duties in the Article 13, and we also had this thing here saying that regardless of the membership category. However, each membership category has its own duties stated, and more the ones that are already in the previous ones. So it was a sentence with some redundancy, so we want to take it out. Moving on to the Article 20. Basically, this is just to clarify that we do not have to provide a website for each section at the ESN of ESN Portugal. It will be impossible for our IT manager to manage all of your websites. We can always try to help. It will always be very costly. However, we still will remain available to
It's better if I just present. Okay, so this change is mainly, and I already answered this in the GA. This is mainly for you to realize that the domain is the first step to having a website, and it was overshadowed. It was not stated anywhere that you had the right to have a domain. Right now, yes, Portugal has most of the domains of all the sections, except one or two, by the section's choice. And before it was not stated that ESN Portugal would provide a domain, but now it is. And this does not disregard the fact that we will still help to host the website. Okay, so this is just some developments again with the question of the financial costs that we were having. This is all being sorted out. We just wanted to point out that the domain is now stated in the standing orders. Standing orders, no, standing orders. For the sections to know and to be more clear about this. Okay. Okay, that's it.
All right, moving on for the Article 21, D. Okay. So we have for the federate members the duty to organize recruitment twice a year. However, during the consultation, yes, and Porto and the other sections raised their worriedness regarding this, and we are now proposing to change from 2 to 1 recruitment per year. However, the National Board, I believe, recommends every section to recruit twice a year, so once per semester, because we actually believe if we don't do it, things will start to go not well. So we highly recommend that. If you need help, you can always come to us. We think that this proposal can also decrease the quality of our sections. However, it's up to you if you accept, if you think it's better for our federation or not. However, I want to make it clear that the National Board highly recommends our sections to recruit new members twice a year. Going to the F1, it's already presented? Yes. It's just to clarify that this part has some mistakes, like in the way it's written, okay? The H1, it's regarding the addition of the audit team in the CC, in the email. It's just easier for the audit team to audit our sections and to avoid the fact that they are always asking you for new documents and to overload you with more tasks. Going to the T1, is already shown? T. So, okay, so it's the fact that we want to add one specific thing, which you already have to make 6 activities per semester. However, ESN Portugal is really lacking of activities registered at activities.org. And we are actually amazing. We are one of the NOs that who actually does the events. However, at the ESN International, we are seen as the ones who do the less events because we are not registering them at ESN activities.org, and we see it actually as a priority for visibility towards the network and also external for anyone that can visit this website. This additionally, it also will help the audit team to audit your duties and to make sure that you are doing at least 6 activities per year. It does not obligate you to make to register all of your activities. It's just 6 activities per semester that have to be registered at esnactivities.org, and the National Board highly recommends that you continue to do even more. Going to the Article 61. We aim to reduce the ambiguity when regarding concepts of voting and representation due to the previous discussions, because we were discussing that a section to have all their duties filled, they have to be present at I think all the national assemblies, right? Yes. Yes. So if not, they will receive a notice from the audit team. And for example, a section that already has 3 notices and has lost the right to vote, if they can only delegate their vote, they will not be able to be present at the MPs if they have to delegate, So if the section that does not have the vote cannot be present at the MP, if they wish to delegate their presence, they can with this change, and basically that's what we are already assuming, the audit team already assumes that, but it's just to put it more clear on our standing orders for everyone to understand and to not have this discussion further. So that's it. We are making a lot of changes in this article, but it's just adding the voting and representation power will be together. So if you can vote by the section, you will be also representing their section, and if they do not have the right to vote, they still have the right to be represented and to make questions. That's our end. Moving on to the Article 75. Basically, this is the same as the other one. It's just to add the audit team at the CC for it to be easier for the audit team to audit. No, simplicity. Okay. Oh, no, okay. No, okay, yeah, I'm confused. So this one is just for the audit team to actually have more time to read the documents and to make questions for the National Board if needed to change anything in the report, because sometimes the audit team finds some mistakes, so we have to make it right, and it's just for us to have more time for making this internal process. Going to the 76, the next one. Okay, so this one is regarding the support positions of the National Board of ESN Portugal. As you know, right now in our federation we are lacking a lot of human resources, and we see this as a strategic opportunity for us to recruit the young talent that we have in our federation, and it will be a very good opportunity to build a stronger federation within the human resources field. I think that's it. Right now, on the 96, only on the Portuguese version. Como é que se chama? I'll put the link for access to this. Do not have access to the document. Afonso, eu vou mandar sim. Ok. So I will start explaining this. I think it's easier for us to not lose more time. Basically, this is just to clarify that the document that is binding is just a version in Portuguese in terms of adults, that the responsibility to audit the English version of documents is also for the audit team. So the National Board, for example, right now we are proposing the changes, the amendments in Portuguese and in English. However, the responsibility to audit the English version to see if it's correct, it's the audit team's duty. Okay, so we'll just add this sentence saying that the team is responsible for the revision of the version in English. And that's it. So those are our proposals, and thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, the speakers list is open, and we can start from Mijon.
Is there a mic or a...
Where is the mic?
I can use
Okay, see.
Okay, my first question is about the website domain thingy. Miguel, since you said it yourself that the help with the website will still be provided and will change, shouldn't you add domain and keep the website so it's clear and like foolproof that this help is provided apart from the domain itself?
Okay, that's something that we can.
Because I think that's one of the competencies of the IT manager to review the internal standing orders that I will check.
Okay.
If you want, you can do your second question.
I just wanted to ask. That's good. Also, this change was related also to the fact that we are now trying to give more support for the sections to have more independence in if they want. So, for example, we did the application guide, which is really easy and everyone can do it. And the sections can. We are now, ASM Portugal is accessing those resources to help us reduce the costs that we have been having throughout the years with the websites of the sections. But we are slowly going to a more stable solution. Yeah.
I just confirmed that at the test description of the National Board, the first duty is to perform the security updates of ESM Portugal and its sections websites. So that's already included in the job of the IT manager.
Moving on to the second question. Regarding the activities despite its importance for visibility, don't you think having this as a duty is disproportional to the article's goal? Because you said yourself it's visibility related, but after one of our last local board calls, we clearly discussed how the list of duties is too long and we should remove certain articles, and not only no articles were removed, but you're adding new ones. And I wanted to hear your opinion on this.
Yes, we discussed that within the National Board, and we really see this as a strategic priority for ESM Portugal, for the reasons that I explained of visibility and also comply with all the internal processes of the ESM International. As I explained, like ESM Portugal is one of the ones that most organize events. We have the biggest multi-event events of ESM International. However, it seems that we do not have events, and it's kind of a joke already. So to change that, that's the solution that we try to find. However, of course, we understand that this may cause some overload, but let's be honest, also it's just 6 activities at activities.org. It's very quick to make it. You don't have to make like a lot of pictures there, a big description. You don't have to make it. It's the basics. However, if you really feel that this is an overload for you and for your sections, it's up to you to decide to vote yes or no. We are just proposing and also trying to open this kind of discussion.
Can I do this? Yes. I think the article itself, of course, does not involve a lot of trouble, but it's letter T of duties, so it's adding up, and the little things add up to a lot. Also, I think it's, putting the activities matter in the same level as, for example, delivering hack or PAU, which are official documents, kind of seems a bit disproportional to put these things at the same level.
We do recognize that some duties have more impact than others. Okay. However, all the duties we think that all the duties as they are right now, they really help for us to put the standards of quality of our sections and our federation where we want them to be. This could be, in our vision, a good step for us to improve the quality of our federation, especially towards the network. However, I completely understand that all the duties to be filled at the same time before an NP, while we have the activities, the national events to prepare and everything in even our lives, it's very challenging sometimes, especially for sections lacking of human resources to do it. What I recommend that may help is try to delegate between the local board and not focus every duty on only one person.
Tiago.
So this is not really a question. This is not really a question. It's just kind of a question, I guess. Article 61.7 says delegation provided for in point 5 only allows delegation of the matters on the agenda defined in the agenda of General Assembly meeting. My question is, isn't this like sort of repeated? Can like be shortened? I guess it's just grammatical thing, really. Because it says defined in the agenda of the General Assembly meeting, Well, I'm just seeing it wrong. It could be.
Because it should be like the second agenda should be the translation to convocatoria. So it's like, but I don't know how to say convocatoria in English. Anyone?
Okay, but it's sort of redundant. It could be like delegation provided for 8.5 only allows deliberating on the matters defined in the agenda of the General Assembly meeting. It's the agenda thing.
Ah, the agenda of the agenda. Okay,
yeah,
fine. In the agenda.
It's just it's redundant.
Yes.
Yeah, it can be like deliberating in the matters on the agenda of the General Assembly meeting, right? Or previously on the agenda.
On the matters defined in the agenda. On the matters defined in the agenda.
Sorry, I need my notebook.
Paulo, se quiseres falar melhor, até para nós, diz aqui para cima, por causa do microfone. Depois falamos.
Okay, so basically I was noting this how to propose maybe the next MP, a new proposal, and that's it. Thank you for noticing that. But no, this is just a translation process,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So that's the responsibility of the audit team to you can change, okay?
That's what I was going to say. It's very likely just a mistranslation. That's it.
Yeah.
It's a big document.
Do we have the Portuguese version so we can analyze it?
It's right.
It's just a mistranslation, okay.
Então, Bárbara.
Oh, okay. Então podes fazer you can do your second question.
Okay, so that question was answered, but I do have another question that I was writing.
Okay.
Okay, so this is not yes and Julian's question, it's Central. And the question is as following. The National Board is aware of the dissatisfaction among many sections regarding how the minimum requirements are being evaluated and monitored. In this context, what is your position on this issue? Considering that the audit team is an independent body, we would like to understand whether this feedback has been taken into account in the documents presented so far.
Okay. Well, we have limited powers in regarding verification of the duties. That's another statutory body, and we are independent. However, what we can assure always is try to help our sections to fulfill all of the duties, and always cooperate between national statutory bodies. Also, to have sometimes they have some discussions whether it's correct or wrong, because we always have like to have another opinion. However, it's not of our responsibility. We are not the ones that elect the audit team, and we are completely independent, and I cannot impose something for the audit team. That's it.
Okay.
We can only help, basically.
Okay, so the answer to that was you represent the sections at a national level, so it is your responsibility to take care of this.
The representation that is stated in our task description is more, in my case, as present, externally also. So it's more to the networks, to the stakeholders, and of course, as we have our general task description, that we always have to help you and to guide you and everything that you need support. However, it's not my job to open that discussion with the audit team, and I cannot impose the National Board's opinion over the audit team's one. Because I can put it in other terms, because imagine that we have something wrong in our budget, like in our activities plan and budget report. I cannot say to go to plan and say, you will accept this, I'm the one in charge. This is not possible, otherwise we would not need an audit team for doing the auditing of our federation. As I said, the most thing that I can do is, if you have some complaint, if you have some issue like Pedro, I will not be able to do it in time. What do you recommend? What should we do? How could we do? I do not have the template. Do you have the template for the report? I can always give you that, and I'm giving that to the sections that help, that ask for help. More than that, we have our limited power. Because the audit team there has their own responsibility to it, and we cannot overstep each other.
Barbara Ferreira, Sanford. I have two questions that are both regarding Article 61. The first one is if you consider representation power to be something straightforward, because I have some concerns that it is not clearly stated in the standing orders, and it's leaving a bit up for interpretation on the differences between the voting and representation power. You should answer the first one, or should I do both questions? I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, I can answer right now. So, we are assuming that the representation is, as the dictionary says, it's our interpretation. We cannot be making a glossary of all the topics and all the words that we have in the standing orders. And with some ambiguity on purpose also, because we just noticed that this would be beneficial for this case, in the case of the duties. But that's mostly for it. That's only because of the sections that cannot be present and do not have the right to vote to at least comply with the duty. Otherwise, they will not be able to be present at any. They will not be able to recover their right to vote. And that's the matter that our sections raised during the consultation. And basically this right to vote is the actually act of voting, and the representation is what we are here doing. All of you are doing. You are here representing your section, we are speaking on behalf of your section. Basically, that's it. So if you delegate the voting power and the representation power, you are delegating the right to speak on behalf of that section, just as the act did. So that's something that we already do, but it's not stated clearly in our standing orders. We are proposing it to be more clear for everyone.
Something I do agree is that it's not clear on the suggestion that you make what is representation. It's very broad, and that is a concern that we have, because to be able to make a decision for a whole section without having to consult them is a really big step. So shouldn't, as a big step that it is, and it's a huge responsibility it is, shouldn't it be more regulated? Shouldn't have more boundaries explicit in the standing orders? Because this is not one of the things that is that open to interpretation.
Okay, you can go first, I think.
Sim, sim, sim.
Okay, so I have a suggestion regarding this for sections and the national board. Maybe we can create an article in the standing orders. I don't know if it's possible with the concepts things. Pedro, you know, some legislation has this. Like in the beginning, they have an article saying what are the concepts of that are presented in that document. So maybe we can create an article regarding this, add other things, because we cannot just add an article with just this concept, but we can like collect some of the things that might be useful to do it, and define also this one, so it's clear. Okay, we cannot do this right now, but in the next national platform we can try to see how we can do this and propose it.
But then we would have to postpone the vote on this one, because...
If you wish, you can vote no or yes. You can approve that and then approve the rest. However, I have the proposal, I have a question, a reaction to the...
Okay, you can react.
No, I forgot. No, it's just the case that
Maybe
what was your question? Sorry. What was your question again?
It was about the representation. Like
okay, I remember. So basically, I don't know. Right now, I will have to discuss that with the audit team, with the rights of the national board, and maybe have some consultation in the sections, because I don't know, can we define this process? Like, it's an internal process. For example, yes, and Porto wants to delegate their voting power and representation power in other sections. That's up to you how you make that representation. If you trust that person to speak on behalf of the yes and Porto, if you wish that they can do whatever they want, okay. If you say, okay, I only want you to make these questions that I have here, and you make these questions on behalf of yes and Porto, and you have to say that it was from yes and Porto. It's up to you to decide. If you want them to shut up, it's up to you to decide. I don't exactly know how could we define that on the standing orders, and how could we audit that if something went wrong?
Okay, Ines.
Can I do my second question?
Okay, let's just wait for Ines and then you can go.
Do you know what the Code Civil says about definition of representation and vote? Maybe from there we can have a better perspective. Okay, because probably there's something about it there.
Thank you. Barbara, if you have a second question, you can do it.
It's also about Article 61, but it's basically because there is a lot of power on delegation of voting and representation power. So my question would be if you consider that
there could be a change for example, must delegate voting and may delegate representation power, to not force the sections to make this delegation of power and to give them the possibility to do it, since it's a really important power to give to another person.
Okay, yes, I'm understanding now.
Like, give them the possibility instead of
So to separate
a
and
delegation.
to separate, but then we have to create another process of representation of voting and representation of representation. No, and delegation of voting and delegation of representation, and we have to define that on delegation of vote. Yeah.
Can I clarify?
Yes.
It's just, I think just changing the word must to may be an option. I don't know,
We have
correct
the
me if
must.
I'm wrong.
We have the
But
must.
yes, it says must delegate voting and representation power. And in my view, it could be an option. So may delegate voting and representation power.
É o 61.4.
It's on the thing. So they must delegate voting and representation power to another member. That one is about the board, but it's also in form.
Do you think that changing the end for an or would solve it?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding anything that's happening.
I believe.
So we are discussing not, for example, if you wish to represent, to delegate the right to vote only. According to this sentence, you could not delegate only the right to vote. You will have to delegate the right to vote and to the right to represent your section. We are trying to manage a way, finding a way of this sentence allowing you to represent or the delegation of the vote, or the delegation of representation, or both. Is it clear? Patricia.
Maybe they will clarify something. So, if we change it to,
sorry, just to help maybe structure your thinking. If we put it to may, and the section does not delegate a vote, it will be automatically not compliant with duties, right? So a non-action will result in a warning, because if you do not delegate your vote, you're automatically. So the only difference in changing the must to may is the illusion of an option.
Exactly. So,
right? Because you may not, and you get a warning, or you must and don't, and get a warning regardless. So I don't think that the word there changes the meaning, because if you change it to may, then the duties will be like you should have, otherwise you do not have that representation. Which does not take the discussion that you, for example, want to create and process that to different people. That's another thing. But that's the thing about the must. It will lead to non-compliance with the duties.
Actually, like the one that I wrote was from, because I do understand that. That's why I think that must delegate voting and may delegate representation power could be an option. But I think the or also works, like having the option to delegate one or the other.
Can I just break again? Okay. Do you think that the or would be implicit that we could pick one, another, or both? Or just one or another? Because the or is one or other, right? If I put just the or.
Okay, Tiago? Okay, so why are we discussing this? Because to me, if you delegate your vote, that person is representing you. Like, you're giving the power to vote for you, therefore they're representing the section. They can choose to vote no when you said you can vote yes. Why are we dividing representation and vote?
We understand it as different things, because you can be voting, the act of voting, is imagine that you put the paper on the board. And the fact that you are representing, that you are just sitting there by the section, or making questions by the section. Also, we until now understand that if you are voting here, if you have the power to vote, the right to vote for the section, you also have the representation. This is just to put it clear that it works that way, because this created the discussion. As you know, we discussed it on the local works call, and we decided that we should put it clear for in the next years. We do not have this discussion over and over again. It's just to put it clear on the standing orders, and we do not lose any more time with this.
Yeah, you want to comment?
No, because I agree with this.
I agree what you said. My question was to them. Why is this being done? Like, to me, it's the same thing, but like, is it different? But
I can like explain the reasoning behind this. Basically, as we see it at least, the voting power would be, for example, in a really specific situation, as a section like previously seeing the documents and answering on this specific voting. Representation power, at least from what I see, it gives you the power to decide on the moment. So if there is a small change, you can vote for the section, considering, like not abstaining, and you can't consult the section in real time. So as we see, there is a difference, and it may be a bit dangerous to force people to delegate representation power, because they can't accompany in real time and say what the voting should be. And in voting, you can say previously that we as a section will vote in favor for this. If there is any changes, that would be representation. I don't know if this is correct.
I have even if they decide, okay, because they have the right to vote, and they do it on the terms that they agreed with the section that delegated the vote and the person. The representation would not give the opportunity for these people to vote on wherever they decide, because they can only vote, as stated in another article, on the topics previously put in the agenda. So the section that delegated their vote was always consulted when they were deciding where to vote. And even if we have like another topic that we have to discuss and to put like a change to the agenda, they can still not vote because this was not in the agenda, and this is already stated in another article. This is like a very broad interpretation of representation that I can understand, and I completely understand that it might cause this discussion in the future. However, in some cases that there is a mess or confusion regarding this, we also have the team that states what is representation and what is interpreted by representation, as stated in another article at the end.
okay, Matilde.
And additional, if for some reason a section delegates a vote in another person, and that person decides to vote on whatever they want, the section can not sign the minutes and ask to put it well again, and they can also make a complaint to the other team.
So my question is regarding the Article 76, I believe. It's about replacing an active member on support positions to volunteer. And my question is, couldn't that replacement open the precedent of non-compliance with local standing orders? For example, if we call it newbies, but the newcomers apply for a support position, and for example they are accepted and then they're not accepted in the section, for example. So like, why, if the member is qualified to be in a support position, why isn't it not an effective member?
Okay, basically this does not open a precedent for non-compliance, because we have our internal standing orders of the Federation. However, and this is for all of you, If you, in your section, want to restrict just to certain type of members, you can. And your members, you should only let your members apply according to your internal standing orders, since you are independent in a kind of sort of way association, and you have your own internal standing orders that are prevalent for this case. We are just saying that we accept whatever you will send us.
Can I?
Yes.
Yes, but then, for example, for me it does not make sense that in Aveiro standing orders we have, like, in the duties and the rights of the members to apply for support positions in the ESN Portugal, because imagine that you want to extinguish that, like, you know, like it
You will have to change it.
yeah, so for me it does not, like, it only makes sense that it is in your standing orders. So if the member is not an associate member of Yes and Almighty, why would it, like, why, I just don't understand the change. Because if it does not enter Yes and Almighty and it is in a support position of Yes and Portugal, what do we do?
Há secções que não têm assessorias. É essa a cena. Tu podes nomear.
So, maybe I can say, so, we cannot tell to each section what kind of members they have. So if you want to have different categories, cool. If you don't want to give your trust in that volunteer, cool. But we cannot demand a category across. So it's basically like, if you have your own levels of members, cool. If you don't, then you just have sócios, like the most general. You don't have newbies or seniors or anything. As long as they have the trust of their section, cool with us. It does not affect you. If you do not give the trust, if you tell someone, be like, hey, this person is not our people, they're not part of our circle, I'm pretty sure the audit team and the national board will be like, okay, no. But it's so that everyone, because they have different ways of ranking their members, can still apply. So it's to create a bigger common denominator. Does that make sense? Look, for example, my section, the Assembly team, does not have the category of newbies. We just have sausage, right? So, in a way, for me not having to change all my standing orders, this new change will allow my people to apply.
But then your sausage ingredients are members of your section, so they are effective members of Yes and Portugal.
Yes, but legally, okay. So,
Yes, the thing is, you divide your members in different things.
But to be a member? What is to be a member? It's not to be a volunteer.
So if in your standing orders you say that you are a non-profit, all members are volunteers. Tipo, todos os quadrados são retangulos. Todos os quadrados são quadrados.
To clarify, this is defined in the law of volunteering.
não podes ter sócios que não são voluntários.
Okay, so if I do an event and we call outside people to staff, for example, in an event, and they only participate in that event, they could apply for a support position with the ESN Portugal.
If you allow.
Yes.
But I don't recommend.
But like,
But then
no,
they are.
because after that event, they will not be part of ESN Aveiro, right? They are part of ESN Aveiro in that 1 hour.
Yes, but if a newbie applies for a support position in ESN Portugal and they do not pass the recruitment process,
They
they are
will
not
be
part of
kicked
ESN
out.
Portugal.
Yes,
And
because
they will be part of ESN Portugal.
No, they are kicked out of ESN Portugal as well.
But they, what is the definition of a volunteer? Because they volunteered.
It's in the
Yes.
law.
Were a volunteer.
But they have to be connected with the local section.
Where does it say that?
They have to be an active volunteer, not a past.
So that they have to be an effective member.
No, let me clarify, please. Basically, it's stated. Could you share the proposal? It states that any volunteer of a section of ESN Portugal can join the national support structures of ESN Portugal, right? Exactly. So, any volunteer of a federated member of ESN Portugal can apply for a support position of the national board. You define in your internal standing orders or in your statutes, what do you intend to, what do you understand, or what is the process to become a volunteer? You have many steps, it doesn't matter. If you want to put in your statutes, for some reason, that your section only wants, like the effective members with the right to vote, to go to national support positions, you can put it. As you can put also, for example, from the moment that the person, a volunteer or an effective member of ESN Aveiro is elected for a national statutory body of ESN Portugal, becomes automatically an alumna. You can put it also. And you should define these things, how you work within the network. You can also put it all in your internal standing orders. As for example, we are putting the ESN activities.org, that is a platform of ESN International. You should clarify, however, whatever you want. However, we will not impose that to you, okay? We will not impose that you will only send the ones with the right to vote. It's up to you to decide. You manage your section how you are most pleased with and your members.
For the discussion that we just had, if a volunteer is directly a member then of a section, then it is an effective member of ESN Portugal. So
No. Is defined the effective member of ESN Portugal is the ones that have the right to vote at the local level. That's an ESNer. An ESNer has the right to vote at the local level, and it's defined in another article. But we wish that not only those members could apply for national sports structures, and we want to open that to more younger talent. And we also want to clarify that despite we have this opportunity for all the members, we will not accept all the members. Okay?
Tiago, microphone. So Pedro said it, but I was gonna say, like, no matter the wording of this, there's a selection process. So even if potential someone who went to one event of ESN Aveiro, ESN Tomar, could present a candidacy to a support position, ESN Portugal has the right to evaluate that candidacy and say no. So like, it's important, yes, it's just the wording, but it's not maybe that much of an issue than it could be.
Exactly. And to clarify, that's the importance of you electing the right people for the national board.
Mario.
So, my question is regarding continuing with this stage. So, I understand there's an addition to the article. So, this addition is to make the Portuguese standing orders more coherent with the English one and to serve as a clarification of duties of the honest. However, what it might suggest that the audit team is only explicitly required to review the English version, while the Portuguese version is not equally emphasized. So would it not be more appropriate to state that the audit team is responsible for reviewing both, considering that number 2 of the same article already establishes the existence of 2 standing orders, and so it would be more consistent to reflect this in the proposed amendment as well, in both standing orders.
Thank you. That's actually something interesting. However, I'm trying to find the competencies of the audit team to say if it already is there. I cannot find it.
Acho que tem sim. Não, tá lá.
Okay, so the other team. So the other team, the Article 74.1. The audit team is the body responsible for the audit of the financial and administration of ESN Portugal. Always keeping in mind the compliance with the statutes, standing orders, and more
applicable legislation.
Can I give my opinion on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Claudia Marques, President of the National League Team. I think it's not necessary because changes to the Portuguese version are strategic changes, okay? And that is only the competence of the National Board. I don't have a say of what, I can be consultant and the National Board might take my suggestions into consideration. However, it's not our competence to say what they can change or not. And they change, like, they are Portuguese people, they know how to write in Portuguese. So they make the changes they want. The thing of reviewing the English version is to make sure it's according to the Portuguese one. So it's to make sure that the English version corresponds exactly to what it's written in the Portuguese version. That's why it's a duty of us to assure its compliance with both versions. But the changes made in Portuguese, it's strategic changes. It's what they decide to do.
No, it's not what we decide to be, it's what you decide to be. So you are the ones auditing and you are the ones approving it or not. If you approve it, well, it's law. If, however, you do not approve it, the version in English, that's why we need the audit team for auditing the English version, since you do not approve it. But the Portuguese version, you are the ones approving it, so you are the ones auditing and doing all the process that we are doing.
Is anyone else joining the speakers list? Yes? Rodrigo? Okay.
Let me just...
Okay.
Não, faz primeiro a pergunta e depois acaba de escrever.
If you want, you can do the question first.
Yes. So, Rodrigo Santos from ESN tomorrow. Regarding the article talking about the registration of the activities at the activities.org, can we actually take it out so that we can vote for the approval of this document, for this and talk about maybe later on the extraordinary or local board to vote on the next MP?
So to be more clear, we are not making the approval of the whole document. We are not making each voting for each proposal. So if you do not want to put it there already or never, you can just vote no on this proposal and we move forward. That's it. If you want, if you still think like, but we should have more discussion regarding this is the space, we are here to make it. But still, if you still want more discussion, you can always talk about this at the local board's call, and if you decide to propose, we propose it again.
Okay. Right, please. Okay, so I propose to close the speakers list. Anyone oppose? Okay, so the speakers list is officially closed. The lunch, we were supposed to have lunch now, but it's a bit delayed. So I want to make a proposal. Okay? Huh? You can sit, yes, but maybe not. Maybe. But I want to propose, my proposal is to change the topic Advocacy Roadmap 2026 to do it now, before lunch. Okay? So that's the question. Do you agree to change the topic Advocacy Roadmap 2026 to do it now, before lunch? ESN Aveiro. ESN Coimbra. ESN Coimbra. ESN Évora. ESN Lisboa. ESN Minho. ESN Porto. ESN Tomar. Okay, so it was approved. So, and I'm going to open the speakers list, okay?
Posso ter o microfone? Não, é mais fácil. Sim. Vou deixar. Consegues mudar o microfone? So, hello again. We will present to you the policy roadmap. This is basically a document that we sent you for this NP, and it was prepared from our education department that is in Portugal, especially for our education community manager that I still have to thank her a lot. So basically this document defines what are our priorities in terms of advocacy in the vision of the National Board. For that, we also will include what are the main barriers to mobility, inequality in access in education, and of course putting ESN as a key stakeholder in terms of academic mobility. So basically our advocacy goals are expressed in this document, and they all aim to improve international student experience for Portuguese Açores students, and also strengthening the higher education systems in Portugal. The process for developing this document started at the Education Community Call online. We made a consultation for all the sections present. We then took it to the local board's call, and we also made another consultation with other questions. And also then we decided to evaluate all of the outcomes of these consultations and made some internal vote and discussion of the document. And we are now here proposing the document to you, and we also want to receive your final feedback about the final version of the document. And once again, congratulations to our education community manager that helped us a lot doing it. So, I'm now presenting the advocacy plan we are planning for the 2026. I also want to say that this is not binding, this is just what we are planning to do so, but we also count a lot on you and our sport positions, and it has a lot of risk. We have here the first one, which is about healthcare in Portugal for international students. So we understand that our sections need a guideline to map the current healthcare access that international students have, the rights that they have, and developing step-by-step instructions of how can sections give information regarding healthcare to international students. We can provide that to the section, we can provide that to, for example, to our social media and website, and I also received from, I think it was Matilde, a very good idea to put it on our survival guides for the survival guides, all of them. The second one is how mobility promotes peace and the role of ESN. This is a fact sheet. Basically, this is those Instagram stories that put like, did you know that 50% of the students still feel that accommodation is a barrier to them build? Things like this. However, in this case, it's how facts that we have from data of this survey that saying that for example, the Erasmus program contributes for a new Europe more united, and that builds peace along communities and countries. That's the main purpose of the Erasmus program, and we also want to say that we are accomplishing the purpose of the program. We also want to make a guideline for visa for non-European students that we receive in Portugal, so we map the visa process and also the common challenges that they can find, and always try to help them, the international students and our sections, to develop a clear and practical help and support for the students that we receive that need this kind of help, because in our federation we are, as you know, most focused on the Erasmus students. However, these students have different needs that we also need to help them. Additionally, as we know, with the new developments of IM and other processes for obtaining visa to Portugal, are presenting a lot of problems that we already have a lot of testimonials and complaints of students and sections, and we will also want to meet with other youth organizations that represent international students in Portugal, especially the ones from CPLP, and make a position paper together with all this data, with all these testimonies, and draft some proposals to effectively change in the process of obtaining, for example, the visa. And we also want to make a position paper regarding this and present that to the national partners. We also want to make a position paper supporting out-of-way mobility students and trying to understand which are the main barriers that they are facing. We have these data all in the ESN survey, so most of our collecting data job is done. We just have to analyze it and to propose some, to draft some proposals according also with what ESN International is doing. We also want to make another policy paper that may be or not correlated with the last one. To present, for example, we could present both. So the one for supporting outgoing mobility students, and one for the incoming students that have some language barriers in the classroom, because sometimes they could think that the class will be in English, they were multicultural, and oh no, it's in Portuguese. This is very common, this happens a lot, especially in Portugal, and we want to make a position paper regarding this and to try to sensibilize to the higher education institutions in Portugal to understand the benefits of having English classes to the international students. However, we understand the difficulties in terms of budgets mainly. However, we also want to promote it to national partners, for example, the Institute for Higher Education, to try to understand how can we obtain more funding for higher education institutions to make this happen. We also have the new evaluation methods for higher education institutions, especially Erasmus Plus, with the EdChat that we are speaking before. We have the Erasmus Charter Education for Higher Education, which defines some guidelines that higher education institutions should comply with, not have to, not must, but should comply with to participate in the Erasmus Plus program. The European Commission is now changing the proposals, the guidelines, how the monitoring of this document is done, and he's giving more responsibility to the national agencies in each country to do it so. However, this is very stopped. This is not going much further, and we want to accompany this process and also say what we would like to see in this new process. Additionally, we were very good in collecting data into the previous ESN survey in August 2025. However, now we'll have to analyze it. We will ask the data for the ESN survey team of ESN International, and we want to propose a report where we will make the proposals regarding the data that we found there. But for that, we need first to extract the data, we need to analyze the data of the ESN survey, and then produce a comprehensive national report as we did before. That was very, very helpful in terms of the policy efforts and also in the development of the new policy papers and communication papers. And that's it. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope I not watered that much.
So, Clay from ESN. On the last semester we had an episode where which one of our Erasmus didn't have the European healthcare card or whatever, and he couldn't have a surgery in Portugal for his teeth. So the Erasmus had to go back to his country to have an emergency procedure. And I kind of couldn't help him because I didn't have any information about this on how to help. Neither did he could find information. And my question is, in this document that you provide, will this information be there, or can you try to find information about this so that we can be prepared in case anything regarding of this happens again?
Wait. Okay, so basically I'm just pointing out to stress out ESN International in terms of digitalization of the process of obtaining the card, because if it would be a process that would be digitalized as it is in Portugal, in the country of that student, he or she or they could make it in time for the surgery. They could just ask, they send it digitally to their phone, and it's okay. In Portugal we have it, so it's not a problem that we need to defend it in Portugal in terms of obtaining the healthcare card. We can propose that we as international to propose that for the European Parliament, the European Commission, and to press out the countries to make that possible. And additionally, we can also put in something regarding in the guideline how is the process like alternatives to this. It's very difficult for us because this will not be a position paper for presenting to the, for example, to the government to effectively make changes. For example, have a social fund of emergency for these kind of situations that I don't know if it exists or not. That's something that we can search for. However, I'm listening the answer that they will give me that the person has the obligation or the duty to make that card before arriving in Portugal to avoid this kind of situations. As I was saying, this is a guideline without the process, without the rights and the step-by-step things that they can do to access healthcare in Portugal. So, but we can also include these kind of recommendations in other position papers that we have, for example, with the ESN survey report. So I just thank you.
Maybe can I do the other, because the other is just
Yes.
It's just because ESN survey is not written the way in some parts. I mean, I feel like it's kind of ESN card. And it's just for it to be compliant, and for the definition, in the document is written national agency, and I don't know if that's still the term used in English, or if we should use the term Institute for Higher Education now that it's different.
Yeah, it's just changing right now. So when we started writing the document, it was still national agency. Then we had to change for higher education, for Institute for Higher Education. But this is just also an internal document for the education department to make, and the ones that are going outside will not have this kind of mistakes for now. Thank you for that.
Okay, my second question was regarding, you mentioned it's a little bit in the presentation, but I want to dig in now. Why not drawing the 6 and 7 points of the document? Maybe with the names. So the decision paper for language barriers in the classroom and the new evaluation methods for higher education institutions. So there is already documents that assure that the higher education institutions need to be in compliance with these language barriers and the methods of evaluation. So why not, instead of, for example, creating another position paper, just collide with both, and especially promote this to students, because a lot of them do not know what, even our volunteers do not know what ECHE is or a student charter. So I think that if they knew that, so I feel like the problem is not the institutions, because they are aware of what they have to do. They sometimes just don't comply with it. So if we spread the message to the students that they have these rights already, I think it would be easier. So kind of a chain of visions.
Thank you so much. So regarding the sharing the edge with the students, that's a very good opportunity for communication. Okay. And also we did decide to be discussing that, to put all together in the document. However, we'll go back to the same thing that when we presented the document for the presidential elections, where we said that we received feedback from stakeholders, national stakeholders, that they do prefer smaller documents than bigger ones that they are just putting on the table, under the table and not see. So we are just putting smaller documents with the things that they are interested in. And for example, the ECHE will be presented to the Institute for Education, and also for example, the representation of the European Commission in Portugal and the European Parliament office in Portugal. While the language barriers for higher education in Portugal will be shared with the higher education institutions. So it's a different target audience, so we want to separate them in order to be easier for when you are presenting to the partners.
Thank you.
Michel.
Okay, first I would like to ask if you could clarify how local sections are expected to contribute to the realization of these goals, maybe the first ones that seem to depend a lot on the local work.
Yes, basically we are making the letter to consultation process through the education community calls, education community meetings on presentially, to the local boards call, to national events, etc. After that, we will develop the process within the education department of ESN Portugal, and then we'll spread out the document, for example, the guideline of healthcare for the sections, and it's up to the sections to share as they wish. However, we still did not decide in how will we share, if it's a flyer, if it's a whole document, if it's a physical paper, for example. So it will depend, however, it will probably be accompanied by the communication strategy that will guide you to better understand what project is.
Dissemination.
What? Yes, dissemination. But for you, it's just a dissemination and consultation, because we want to be from you that will have the direct contact with the institutions. You can do the second.
So when you ask for feedback, I will give my text. Nothing is written there, by the way. But firstly, we apologize to support the country president when you leave the community education community call because it was on any of our general meetings. But I think this is a really good document. There's only one or two things that you didn't mention, and we were a bit disappointed. I think Barbara will talk a bit about that. But I think the only thing
just put the mic a bit.
Sorry. I think the only thing for me is the time, the timeline for me is not very realistic because it's 2026 roadmap, and the amount of things there is a lot of things there are very relevant, but I would have it a little bit, the priorities are not that well set for a year because it's very hard to do all of that either. So I think I would try to set priorities even inside the roadmap, even expand it instead of being a 2026 roadmap, being like a 2-year roadmap strategy. I don't know. I think that's one of the biggest things that probably could improve.
Yeah, that's actually because of that. Because of it, then I said in the beginning that this document is not binding. So if we do not reach out to every objective that we have here, that can transit for 2027, for example. And for example, the order that are presented here, it's not the order that we are making the policy paper, guidelines, whatever. This is basically all the opportunities that we have. But for example, imagine that we have a situation like it goes to the news that an international student had need of healthcare. Okay, so let's share these guidelines right now because it's the best opportunity. For example, we have now the ESN survey data that we can analyze and put. Okay, since we already have this, let's start doing it right now. And it also will depend on the availability of the liaison office and the education department office in Portugal, because I will depend on them to make the result this year.
Hello, José, this is just some clarification on what just developed on position papers. One of them, the revision, like you said, rather than approved. The other one said Bella presents, so I just wanted to ask for clarification whether position papers need to be loaded by seconds or not. It's up to you.
I'm not sure, but you were saying that on the present. No, okay, right.
So the roadmap guidelines mentioned on the actual.
Because some are guidelines and others are position papers and others are
yeah,
actual.
no, the position paper ones, the other ones do not mention approved, to be approved on the action plan, but this one does, so that's my impression.
It's by mistake. They are supposed, because for example, we do not need that. It was a discussion also regarding the presidential elections one. I do not need to propose or to approve a document right like this on the General Assembly because I was elected to make advocacy efforts for example. So everything that I'm putting on these documents are complying with the objectives of CSS, so it's all correct. However, it's different if I go to a stakeholder and say, this is a document that I wrote, this is a document that I wrote, with all of our sections that agree with this and they are backing up this. it has a different power of representation, so it's and I prefer that. And also, I think it's fair for you to have the opportunity to express what you wish in this position paper.
Tony.
Mostly
I think my concern is kind of the same of what Bijal said. Like as a roadmap covers all of 2026, it's a little bit, I would call it unrealistic to complete everything this year. And yeah, I would just like to ask if what is the priority at this moment in time, and yeah, just following, I guess, timeline.
Yeah. I can clearly say that ESN survey, as we have the data, and we need the report to make the other position papers. We need that data analyzed to make the other position papers. So this is the first priority right now. The guidelines for healthcare is also quite easy to make because we already have a small draft from another initiative that the support called Health, specifically as support. And we, I just can point out the visa issues that the policy paper, the position paper, and the guidelines. It will be the most difficult thing to make because to make it correctly as I wish to, we have to meet with approximately 30 youth organizations. To schedule these meetings with youth organizations that do not respond and to have time to make those meetings, it will be a long process, and I think that could be a strategic priority for us and Portugal for a long time than a year. However, this is an objective. That's what we want to aim. If we could do it in 2026, it would be amazing.
My name is Edward. First, I just want to say that I think the document really addresses lots of really important issues and information. But however, my question is regarding the housing crisis, because I feel like it's one of the most common struggles for international students, so I wanted to understand why did you choose not to include this, since it's a really common issue.
Yes. So basically, during the consultations, I also was very shocked because the section said that it was not the biggest priority for them. So we decided to include that not only because we start thinking on realistic terms, and making a position paper regarding only accommodation could be very specific and will debate a lot terms of the position paper. So we decided to put those proposals regarding accommodation inside, for example, the ESN survey 2025 report. So we'll make these proposals there.
Yes, so considering that some professors maybe reluctant and not fully comfortable teaching in English, that happens specifically in Europe, and that of course can impact the stability of courses for international students. Can you clarify how you plan to address this challenge? As you may know, in Coimbra there are a lot of difficulties regarding this topic, and mostly because of the teachers that don't want to teach in English, and how can you address this challenge?
Well, that's the investigation that we still have to make before producing the policy paper. However, we understand that in terms of budget, we recruit more people that are able to make parallel classes in English or to attend the students in private to explain their things in English and everything. It's very difficult for the higher education institutions without support from the government. That's what every institution says. So we aim to provide other type of solutions also additionally before besides that one. So basically For example, developing the materials in English to provide to the students, etc. is done already. However, what we aim to push more is the fact that we want to avoid the student to register at a class, for example, a subject, and it says there that it is in English, and the student arrives and it's in Portuguese. Like, if the university don't want to make the class in Portuguese, in English, at least say to the student before the student arrives, when the student is selecting the subjects, because otherwise it will affect the experience of the student and even of the teachers and the university, because the students will stop attending classes. They do not understand anything and they will not attend, and they will think that Erasmus is just for parties when the fall is over. And that was also one of the questions that we were discussing with the Açores school during its campaign when we were meeting with you.
So just like I suggested, I think that one of the problems in this topic is really the students also. And we know that a lot of Portuguese people actually talk in English or understand English. And I think we should reinforce the investments in this type of classes, English classes, specific for some students that cannot afford in private classes. And it's just like a suggestion for the future. And,
yeah, that's also the importance of the buddy program, for example.
Mario.
One question regarding the visa for non-European student. There's a guideline and there's a position paper. So in the guideline, one of the action plan is to map the visa process and the common challenges. In the position paper, one of the policy recommendations ensure timely access to the resident permits. So my question is it possible to move the action plan of the guideline to also include and map the visa process of the residency permit position, since they are two completely different processes? How realistic is there? Because there's a lot of also misinformation around this.
Yes, that's exactly the purpose. As I said, we want first to meet with the youth organizations that represent those students also, to understand which are the biggest challenges they are facing and what do they want to be solved more. And then we will prioritize according to the feedback that we will receive from them and from our sessions. So our intention is to make from the visa and for the residence permit too. But let's see if it's feasible and if we have enough data to do so.
And I was wondering if in the guidelines that you're going to elaborate, if we're going to mention mental health. As for example, last semester we had an intern and he was a student of applied psychology, and he decided to conduct like an informal research for his thesis, where he tried to interview a lot of students regarding mental health and how they felt supported by ESN. And he later realized, and of course this is all informal, that students were lacking mental health support. They didn't feel supported. I mean, that was not our job as well, I mean, as ESN, but they didn't feel any type of mental health resources available. So I think it would also be important to mention that, like, how can they access, even if private, like private therapists, how can they join, for example, group therapy sessions if they want? I would say that all that is important.
So as Chris was saying, they actually have the opportunity to go to the social academic services of the education institution, and they will have the support that they need for psychology. However, this psychology is not enough for the national students, what's more for the international students. However, they have the same rights of the students, which is amazing. And Secretary of State for Higher Education also wanted to know if the students, international students, are attending or not, and if it will retrieve that data. However, the guideline intends to also make a step-by-step how can they access this type of help. And I also want to share that ESM Portugal is now participating at one of these studies to analyze how local impacts on the mental health of international students. We will have some interviews next week also about this.
Is anyone else? Yes, I don't say the question and then right.
Yes. I just like to make a suggestion. I don't know if the order of the topics are the priority parts. They're not. Okay. I was just propose to change.
Okay, I propose to close the speakers list. So the speakers list is closed. Okay, so we finished the first part of the day, the morning. Okay, now we are going to have lunch and we are going to have 1 hour and 30 minutes. So we will be back at 2:55. Okay, at 2:55 the quorum check, the quorum check is going to happen and the doors are going to close. Ou seja, não sei se há alguma informação sobre o almoço.
Afinal não vai ser quando a cara está fechada, não sei porquê, mas estamos um contacto.
Pronto, ok, é a seguir o Afonso. Ok, quem ainda não assinou, não se esqueça.
sem pôr tens uma tarefa.
Tem várias.
ISN Açores.
Here.
ISN Algarve.
Here.
ISN Aveiro.
Here.
ISN Castelo Branco.
Here.
Coimbra.
Here.
Covilhã.
Here.
Évora.
Here.
Lisboa.
Here.
Minho.
Here.
Porto.
Here.
Tomar.
Here.
Botão.
Here.
Okay, activities and financial report 2025. Okay,
Sorry. Can I make a proposal?
you can.
Okay. How do I do this? How do I make a proposal? Should I just ask?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to make a proposal to open a topic about inconsistencies in the internal regulations.
Okay. In which time of the day? Like, do you have any preference, or it can be the last topic of the day?
Whenever you want.
Okay, so the last topic of the day.
It's a discussion, so like I'm proposing a discussion about the topic, and then if I wanted to make like a change to that regulation, how would I do that?
Can you repeat the question?
If I wanted to make a change, so like it's a discussion about that. If I wanted to make a change about that, how would I do it?
A change?
A change to the internal regulations. How would I go about that?
Imagine, we open the topic and we speak about it.
Can it be a discussion and
No.
voting?
No,
Não estou a perceber.
no, it has in the statutes, in the internal thing, it says how it's done, and I think it should be for the internal thing, if not mistaken, a proposal from at least, I don't know, which percentage of the sections.
Okay, so I
If not mistaken, but we have to check it
So
first.
I could open the discussion, and if the sections want to vote, we can do that.
You can open a discussion, and if you have a proposal, you can make a proposal to the sharing group that will propose the section for all the sections.
Mas tópico com votação no final convocatória. Ou seja, tinha que ser tópico submetido, tipo aqueles tópicos que toda a gente submete. Eu acho que a votação tem que ir para aí. Que ele tem que apresentar, porque depois para apresentar uma proposta, a proposta tem que ser lida. Yeah, mas essa é a minha interpretação. Porque se tu vais aprovar uma coisa, tens todo o documento antes.
Sim, isso é a proposta em cada
Sim, ou seja, o papel
Mas não está aqui, imagina isto, um tópico extra, não está aqui a dizer nada. Diz-me que, efetivamente, os documentos relativos aos assuntos constantes. Na agenda, o enviado deve ser enviado até 7 dias antes da data de início da reunião da Assembleia Geral. Ok. Devem. Pronto. Mas não fala aqui, tipo, isto é um passo que ele está a submeter o tópico. Não, diz estatutos só. As deliberações sobre alterações aos estatutos.
Em último caso, a Assembleia Geral é o órgão.
E é dizer que existe uma maioria qualificada, não é que existe tipo um.
Mas também diz uma coisa, que para alterações do regulamento interno tem que ser convocado expressamente, mas também já foi. Diz-me alguns no convocatório. Para alterações estatutárias e estatutos, tem que ser
convocadas previamente, porque tens que apresentar a proposta.
Sim, faz sentido.
É uma coisa importante para
isso. Sendo a Assembleia o órgão soberano, podemos deliberar em conjunto isso. Eu não sei que interpretação é que é.
Sim, mas nós vamos pôr em
Não está na convocatória. Tu sonhaste como é que não foi por nós.
Posso ver os tipos de tópicos? Eu quero os Estados Unidos.
É assim, eu posso propor o tópico agora e depois vocês
pode
decidem
sempre. Sim, is that. You can propose the topic. Não, mas de discussão queres sempre propor, certo?
Sim.
Pronto, ok. Tell me the name of the topic.
of regulation.
Ok.
A questão não é essa, é como é que se pode propor a alteração.
How much time do you want to do
E eles podem
discussion?
saber isso, nós sabemos que podemos.
Just-
No idea. Presentation is very short, discussion can be longer.
Okay, so 10 and 20. Okay, so this is the question. Do you approve the proposal of adding the topic inconsistencies in the internal regulations with 10 minutes to present and 20 to discuss? Okay, yes or no? Yes and no.
Yes.
Castelo Branco. Desculpa. Yes and Coimbra.
Yes.
Yes and Covilhã.
Can I vote? Sure.
Sim. Yes and Évora.
Yes.
Yes and Lisboa.
Não pode, ela tem um voto delegado.
Como assim?
Votos delegados, estás a fazer uma alteração à agenda, eles não podem votar nisto. Votos delegados. Ela tem um voto delegado.
Mas já votou anteriormente.
Não, mas é um tópico já.
Não, nós já fizemos alterações à agenda e ela podia.
Não, mas não diz isso, diz que é delegação de votos. Eu também tive essa coisa, acho que está mal que se devia mudar isto porque, em teoria, também é a tua direção, mas o que diz no RI é votos delegados.
Então, quem tem voto delegado não pode votar nestas alterações do momento, é isso?
Sim.
Ok. Então pronto, e a Aveiro sim, Coimbra sim, Covilhã, Évora, até agora está tudo certo. Lisboa não vota. E esse é mínimo.
Porque tem voto delegado.
Sim.
Não, Lisboa vota, só não vota.
É uma delegação de votos.
Ela não é presidente da CED de Lisboa, logo não pode votar nisto. Ou tem voto legal dela.
Sim.
Faz esse sentido.
Não, malta, só não pode
Pronto, abram o RI. Vamos ler o RI aqui, outra vez. Ora bem, o que diz aqui?
A delegação prevista no número 5 apenas permite deliberar sobre os assuntos constantes da ordem de trabalhos definida na convocatória da Assembleia Geral.
Pronto.
Artigo 61.7. Quem que eu repito?
Sim.
A delegação prevista no número 5, que é qual foi feita, apenas permite deliberar sobre os assuntos constantes da ordem de trabalhos definida na convocatória da Assembleia Geral.
A Mariana, enquanto Presidente da ESN Lisboa, delegou o voto na Inês em conformidade com o ponto 5 do artigo 61. Pronto. Delegações feitas nesse âmbito apenas permitem deliberar sobre os assuntos da agenda, que já estavam presentes. Pronto. Se isto é um tópico extra-agenda, alterar a hora do coffee break é um tópico extra-agenda, tudo isto são assuntos extra, pelos quais ela não pode. Acho que faz sentido? Não. Pronto. Mas é aquilo que está aqui escrito.
Podem aproveitar o tópico.
Eu vou usar esse tópico para falar sobre isso, pode ter.
Mas então eu tenho uma pergunta, que é,
Faz lá.
por exemplo, nós temos uma alteração, já estamos na alteração à agenda da proposta da ESN Porto e eles votaram. Aqui podem votar? Porque eles votaram.
Não.
Eles votaram.
Pronto, não ouvi nesse momento.
Pronto, ok. Desculpem que já estou. Ok, ESN Porto.
Yes.
ESN Tomar. Ok, ESN Lutar, atenção. Okay, the proposal was accepted. Okay, it's going to be the last one of the day. Okay, and now we can start. Pedro Almeida, when you are ready, you can start. Activities and Financial Report 2025.
O Pedro Almeida apresenta sozinho.
Isso é uma extraordinária, esta aqui.
Já estava fora da hora.
O quê? Assim? Eu sei, mas estavas. Não sei.
Quem é que estava a ver o código?
Não podes propor.
Eu não posso, porque sou um órgão fiscalizador, não sou executivo, posso propor merdas.
Desculpa, mas eu começava a comer outro com pão. Eu sempre gostava de fazer assim. Até eu uso vira do avesso.
Foi o Afonso, não apanhou. Queres ficar com outro?
Quantas pessoas estão aqui?
Está aqui uma e está outra.
Eu acho.
Quantas pessoas estão a ver?
Mas alguém que pode ir.
Claro. Retira. Queres que eu peça um copo de água para nos colocar?
Eu acabei de... Mais de agenda?
Mas é discussão. É isso que significa representação.
Agora se eu vir andar com uma garrafa.
É essa a questão.
Mas não posso fazer isso, não faço
Okay. So guys, welcome again. I hope you had a nice lunch. So we are here to present you the activities and financial report of 2025. We developed the action plan and budget for 2025 in November of, no, 2026 in November of the action plan and budget of 2026 in November 2025. We are now presenting the national the activities and financial report of 2025 in March 2026. We will present the midterm report regarding the action plan and budget of 2026 in the PME and PME in July, if approved. And then we will restart the process with the presentation of the action plan and budget for 2027 in November 2026. And March we'll have the activities and financial report of the action plan and budget of 2026. So we designed it, we drafted this document with the same models, with the same fields that we proposed in the national board proposal in the action plan and budget for 2025, so to be coherent. And regarding structure and professionalization, we highlighted some of the most important things. So we try to give a more cohesive structure to liaison office in Portugal during 2025, the implementation of the youth policy coordinator together with liaison office for higher education institution. However, we come across throughout the year that the position of youth policy coordinator may not be the best solution for the liaison office, since it creates a lot of hierarchy between the liaison office and the position of president, and it creates a lot of communication barriers between the team. Regarding the definition and implementation of strategies for data vector focus initiatives in Portugal, the first year survey for higher education institutions has been launched and got some answers. Analysis was done, and also the promotion of the last season survey until August was very successful. And we were also able to define priorities of this important for the local elections and for the presidential elections, as well as the position paper of this in Portugal with the changes of the Ministry of Education, Science and Innovation, and manifesto for the right to vote of international students in presidential elections. Regarding the implementation of the division of the VP portfolio between governance and development, changes were made. Unfortunately, as you know, we did not have no one elected for the position. We hope next time we do, and it moves forward. And we also managed to propose, the National Board proposed the National Platform Lisboa, the 3-year strategy for 2026-2028, which was successfully approved.
Okay, regarding the secretaries and professionalization, This year we have the full secretariat with our director and the 3Ss. We kind of made a mistake in the first activities that we sent. There was study viability of adding the financial officer. We did, and we put it at 50%, but it's 100 because we just misunderstood the sentence. Regarding what is almost done, in the beginning of the year, the former secretary started to develop a strategy for the secretariat regarding human resources and everything, and nothing has been done until the moment. But I had the meeting with her to start again in this year, and the relocation of our secretariat to Porto. It was also studied. Pedro, I don't know if you want to talk better about it, but we have a not so good answer, so we are trying to find another options.
So it's back to me again. Regarding national agencies, Erasmus, we of course continue to build a relationship with the national agency Erasmus Education and Training, which is now the higher education institution, the Institute for Higher Education. The relations are very quite well. The protocol has been signed with the agency in 2025. The project Portuguese Erasmus Alumni has been restarted, and we are still planning a couple of initiatives. The national agency was also present at EGM and CONA 2025, and the DMA is very looking forward to develop more partnerships, and I've been in present contact with the DMA. We also have been accessing, as you know, the possibility of monitoring the Erasmus Charter for Higher Education, which I already spoke before, so I will not lose your time here. Regarding higher education institutions and networks, assessing the impact of ESN surveys within the higher education institutions, so we developed the survey, we launched the survey for the higher education institutions to understand which could be our impact towards institutions, and we also developed a paper, a report that has been shared with some recommendations for the network. We also developed cooperation with the higher education institutions in cities without sections. So we have been present in their welcome sessions. We have also been present in meetings with all the IROs, International Relations Office of each higher education institution, and we also included them on the case study that I spoke. We also developed a cooperation with o Conselho Coordenador dos Institutos Superiores Politécnicos and o Conselho de Reitores de Universidades Portuguesas, mostly to promote our ESN survey report and other advocacy tools. Regarding European representation in Portugal, I've been maintaining cooperation with the representation of the European Commission in Portugal and also the Parliament Office of the European Parliament Office in Portugal. We are planning with them the celebration of the 40 years of Portugal in the EU, as we did also during the event that we organized in the beginning of September during the LBN Coimbra. And we have been helping other initiatives towards this agenda. We also have been supporting sections in cooperation with the Europe Direct Centers of their regions, which is very good for them to participate in our events, promote their initiatives during our events. So if you wish to make something with them, you can contact us and we'll try to help you. Regarding Portuguese government institutions, I would like to highlight the cooperation with the Ministry of Youth and Modernization. We held a meeting to discuss the matters and our advocacy tools. And we have been, despite this not on the action plan, we also have been presenting it to the parliamentary groups and also the political parties. Regarding national youth organizations, I would like to highlight our very active cooperation with the National Youth Council since we were elected for the board. I forgot to mention before, but We were elected with 34 of the 43 votes of the organizations, which is very, very good. And as I said, we were the ones most voted. And we have been also present at their general assemblies, also proposing our proposals that we discussed in our position papers for it to be included in also their proposals in order for us to cooperate in terms of advocacy strategies. We also provided support we supported collaborate with other national structures, provide support to international students. For example, especially for the Savalga, we've been cooperating with the FAF, Academic Federation of Africans in Portugal, and other types of organizations that have a direct impact on supporting international students. Regarding cultural, touristics, and municipal institutions, I would like to highlight the fact that we try to strengthen cooperation with tourism of Portugal. We try to have their support also for the Royal Guide. However, we were not that successful on having financial support from them, but we'll try to manage. We are expecting to have some possible grants for our national events to make it more accessible for international students, as for example and the AMG, and they can support us on that. Regarding policy development, so we elaborated the first policy roadmap in 2025 for the Federation, and we are using also the breakout report of the previous survey, ESN survey, to make our advocacy efforts. And from what I could is that it. So, Carolina.
Okay. Regarding the network development, we organized the national strategy meeting in 2025, and also the level up with the help of the pool of trainers. We organized the second ESN upgrade that was in Viseu, yes. Then the local boards meeting that was in Porto, and the community meetings that were really good. Everyone loved it in regarding what is not that good, regarding the validation of volunteering through the certification of training certificates, we did not advance much in this topic. We were trying to understand how the ESN International does it, but we only issue certificates when it's covered by a grant. And regarding of the internal regulation, it was not done last year, but we are aiming to do it this year. What is not that really good? We did not have any contact, let's say, with the board of members, so we did not have a meeting, and that's it from my part.
Okay, regarding network development, the internal development side. So the awarding of the Allied initiative at each national platform and the continued development of the pool of trainers based on the last strategy. On this middle side, we have the implementation of the expansion strategy. Of course, we have ESN Açores, but for example, ESN Santarém, we were talking about the development of tools and strategy to align with the HR management at both local and national levels. So, as we also talked in the last NP, we are still trying to understand how, for example, the HR manager position in our support position structure is going to work, and also the continuity of the quality assurance process. Also, as you know, we did not have the chance to finish last year the main final report, so that's it. And from more bad side or lower, as we can say, the planning and realization of study trips to local sections. So we did some, but not all of them. And the development of strategies for standardizing legal documents across the Federation for cohesion and sustainability. Of course, this is a thing that we think is really, really important, so we are all on the same page and think on the same way, but unfortunately, and due to the lack of human resources, we did not have the chance to put this as our own priority.
Regarding
the service for international students. We organized and improved the Erasmus National Meeting last year with the inclusion of the cultural activities and morning activities. Regarding the Erasmus National Meeting restoration, was created the OC outside of the National Board to implement changes this year, improving and secure the partnerships for NM-ENG of 2025, not 2026. Was only created a compelled list of partners from previous year and this year for the future, so it's easier to track the partnerships that we have and have a direct contacts. Supporting the OC for the national events. Not so good the development of reports of all national events. We don't have the report of the Level Up Viseu. The report of Erasmus National Meeting and the Erasmus National Games will be released only today for the audit team to give the percent. Organizing and improving the Erasmus National Games. We can say we organized, it was an improvement, maybe not. We need to work a few things, but in general it was a very good event and with a very good participation.
My bad, sorry. Regarding projects, so we fully implemented the Christmas with Portuguese Families project. The report is on its way, as I said, probably this week, yes. The implementation of MESH also with the ENG and ENM. The ongoing collection of the unwanted cards, the collection, the delivery was only done this year, but the collection happened last year, so everything is good. And regarding strategies to analyze the long-term development of the projects, as I said, the report is on its way, and it's our way of really understanding what can we do regarding projects and how can we bear development. Regarding what it's not so good, I would say, the only thing with Erasmus in schools was that focus on rural areas, and in the beginning of the year it was decided that it was not going to be done in that way. So the microgrants that were released were focused for all the sessions, not only the ones in the rural areas, and analyzing other national initiatives. We are doing that with the second-hand markets, with Let's Swap, so it's really good. The Christmas with Portuguese retailers was not implemented, mainly as I explained in one of the answers in the GA app. It was mostly a strategic decision because we are a few in the national board, and the support positions weren't all full also. So we needed to strategize and understand what could we do good, and if we had to leave something behind, was that. It's not because we wanted to. The project was already at a point that we needed to evaluate if it made sense to continue, so we didn't do it. And regarding the report of the activities, as I also explained, no report was sent this last semester, so the only thing that could be done was to share the platform in the community calls. So that's it. It's me or you, sorry, first? It's me. Okay, so regarding the financial sustainability, this year we ensured the financial sustainability with some projects, PAS, PAI, da Agenda para a Participação Juvenil, ESG 2025, the Speak Out, and the Voices of Change. We applied for a lot more grants, but you are going to see in the secretary updates what happened. I'm not going to spoil it now. We, as I said, applied for PAS and PAI. We implemented these two projects, the Inclusion Plus and Pro STEM and Pro Saúde Mais, in the first beginning, in the first half of the year. So even in June, this was already filled and marked as 100%. Then, managing and reporting the agenda para a participação juvenil in LBM Coimbra in the beginning of the second half of the year. Then we managed the European Solidarity Corps projects from this year. We had the desks and the report is now on the doing. Then search and share mobility opportunities. This was done through the position of mobility officer. Then the EG 2025, it was already reported and it's now closed. I don't know if you want to talk about the distribution.
And regarding the distribution of ESN cards in cities where there are no ESN sections, Patricia has been going around for the last year to go to welcome sessions, and she's also securing the customer service for our services basically.
Yes, so what is almost done, it's at 75%, is the ELPA that should end this year in 2026. We are going to have our last meeting in Rome in October. Then the Voices of Change, we are going to have the youth advocacy training, as Edgar is saying, we are preparing it. It's going to happen in June, and the project will also end in 2026. And Speak Out, we have the local change makers in Braga in October, and this project will also end in 2026.
At EGM.
Yes, exactly. What did not went so good? We did not have two solidarity projects approved, Mobilidade Mais and Mesh, and then the thing regarding Digital da Casa Lusofonia, we have to have an event there for us to be able to apply for the grant, and we didn't have the dates to apply to the grant in the beginning of the year, so we did not apply.
So regarding the affiliate marketing partnerships, as explained in the Q&A, this was not a priority for the first part of the year. It was to maintain and nurture the relation that we had with current partners, because it was a bit forgotten due to the previous treasurer investing in searching for new ones. This is like a cycle. In 1 year you look for new, in another year you nurture the relations. It's how it works. It's better that way if you don't have a partnerships manager. So that's why it wasn't done in the first part of the year, and it was left for the second, since there was no one applying for treasurer position. This was not a priority for this board, so we just opted for keeping the partners and continue to nurture the relations that we have.
Okay, communication and digitalization. So, we development and implement the communication plan. This was also done in the middle of the year. Ensure the content and production of the smart guides were also done. Supervise the communication of this and Portugal national events. The creation of content archive for future project promotions. The development and maintenance of the content for the CPLP Sarah guide. So this was the Sarah guide that took us more time, and then we invested more on getting more information to make sure that we achieve the right audience, and also expanding national visibility through media. Then, in the mail side, we have the increase of use of LinkedIn and also TikTok underneath. So, of course, we have a lot of channels to manage, and even though we did use and take advantage of these channels, it was not as we would like to. So we not have the reach and the amount of content production that we wanted for these two channels. Also implement and development of PR training. This was developed and implemented by Gonçalo, the previous communication manager, but it was not fully to the end. So when I started my mandate, we realized that this was not the topic that we wanted to work most on communication, so we did not keep on going with this PR training. and also development of external newsletters and also the internal newsletters. We did send some ones for partners and one internal regarding some information of US and Portugal in general, and also about the national international events, but it was not a channel that we used that much.
Okay, so on the digitalization part, we concluded the development of the new Erasmus National Meeting website, which was done in February last year. We also assessed the grants and service opportunities related to IT in innovative technology through the Azure grant, and also the other platforms that the sections can have for free, such as Canva or Slack. The conclusion of the development of the Erasmus National Games website was not done fully, but the bases are set, and this year it's supposed to improve it and to launch it officially for the next event. Raise awareness of the event and other tools, expanding IT information to a broader community. So we have been doing this throughout all of our training events, either on local boards meeting or ESN upgrades. This is mentioned every time, and even through emails and local board calls. This is always promoted. Also developed CEO strategies to better understand how to reach new audience. This was done through Google Google Ads, yeah, exactly. Analytics also was added both to NM and to Eastern Portugal website, so there's that. Okay, so the conclusion of the development of the new Eastern Portugal website was not done. This was because originally the idea was to get a new version made by us for all the sections websites. However, in the mid-term of the last mandate, it was decided to stick with Satellite 5, and so there has been the work done to properly analyze and the feasibility of deploying it to the sections, given all the difficulty and the support that needs to be given to the sections. Okay, conduct data-driven studies and tutorials that will reflect on different ESN areas such as partnerships, advocacy, and communication was not focused that much throughout this last semester due to some other priorities and also due to the lack of the support positions. Mobilidade Mais was not approved, so no further steps were done in this topic. Supportable sections in updating websites, either to a new version of Satellite or alternative website to Satellite. So this is what I just mentioned regarding the indecision of either sticking with the Satellite 5 or changing it. So it was not done. And to conduct the data protection assessments, it was not a priority at all, since we had no human resources in the IT department to do it. So, yeah.
Yay! Let's go to the funniest part! Yay! So, going to the budget. First of all, thank you, José and ESN Lisboa. Once again, the formulas were wrong in the budget, okay? So, this is the updated part. Basically, these lines were not being, this one, the outros, and the secretariado were not being added to the final sum, okay? So the result is actually 5,000 euros and something. So this doesn't have a great impact in the budget overall, but either way, I'm sorry for this mistake. So let's go step by step. Basically, in representação nacional, we have an amount really close to the predicted one, mostly regarding our representation in national platforms and so on. The costs were lower in the plan de formação because our training events were most of them were covered by a grant, so that's a plus. And we had also some income coming from reimbursements from transportations and so on because Sepia is a real mess. Besides that, on the line Outros 1.1.5, as explained in the report, there's some things that don't fit in any other category, namely Encontro Nacional de Juventude and going to the storage and so on, like small things that cannot be applied to others. So it's still a plus outcome, so better for us. On representação internacional, we had, it's also in line with the predicted, so we had 5 members in the community meetings along the year, 4 members in EGM plus our director Patricia. Suede was in Aveiro, so the costs were really low. That's a good point for us. And we were also present in an MP from Spain to give our side of how things are working here in Portugal and to answer some questions that they might have. So, next. Going to network development. So, as I said, most of the training events were covered by a grant. So we could invest a lot in community meetings Mino. That's what we did. We, instead of investing in the events along the year, we invested a lot of money in Mino. That way the fee was lower and you could enjoy it more and have more members there, basically. And and the line of expansion was all to ESN Açores for them to enter the network, for the study visit that we did here, for people to get to know ESN Portugal and see that we are a real network, not some kids playing around. Then, on events, it was really good, okay? For the first time we had good ENM results, you'll see in the report, but basically it's the result is it's the expected, it's 1,500 euros, okay? That's the expected for an ENM. And here is the part that gather more questions, okay? Why is Erasmus National Games negative when it was supposed to be positive? Okay, so this is like this. This is the problem with our budget, okay? It's a real mess and lines don't match each other, basically. But in the budget that we did for the event for Erasmus National Games, we placed there that 1,750 euros were supposed to be covered by ESN Portugal for the fees to be lower, okay? This amount was given to us by Page Anual, okay? This was the amount that we allocated in Page Anual for this event, so we transferred it to the event itself. Instead of just being in the internal counts, in the internal money, we transferred it directly so it could help in lowering the fees, okay? That way, it was better for the students and so on. So the minus 1,400 that you see there, it's like actually the difference, the minus 400 that you see there and the difference of minus 1,400, it's the difference to that value, basically. I don't know how to explain it better, but I'll make a draw if I need, but yeah, I don't know how to explain it better than this way. And well, going to the IG, the IG delegation leader was covered by the IG 2025 grant, so we didn't have to cover anything. Going to projects, a lot of things were inside the predicted values. However, survival guides, as I know that the problem was on our side. The invoices were sent later and so on, so it's not on you, it's on us. I'm sorry, some of you paid it only this year, so it doesn't enter into this account, it enters to the 2026 reports. Merge, as explained, I'm sorry, it was already approved in the midterm report in another line because it was impossible for us to track at the time. A lot of income coming from Stripe and all the transferences were had a lot of different things, so we just put in the ENM line. Partnerships and grants. This is really difficult to explain also. Basically from the national agency we didn't receive the money yet. They still have to pay for last year and we are pushing them, doing that part as the much that we can do. It's still on them to do it. Vodafone, as I also explained, the guy changed. He's still going around doing all the things. So getting used to the spot, so he doesn't know for sure how to do this distribution. I already contacted him again and asked for it, so he's looking inside how to do it, basically. Probably going to Fernanda and asking her, so it's not on us, we can't do anything about it. We also received the Eurocenter commissions for 23, 24 and 25, no, 22, no, 3 years. So it was really good, we had a lot of income, unexpected income. You're doing great in Eurocenter, please continue to spread our code so we can have more money. And the difference in the grants part can also be explained by Patricia, but basically a lot of grants will only be used next year or in the other time to come. Next, communication and IT. This is the worst line, of course, always. Who cares about communication and IT? No, but as already explained, also the Azure expenses, they are really high. That's why we are proposing these changes in the internal statutes or internal orders, because for us it's starting to be impossible to take up with all of these costs. Also, the Bravo expenses that were not in the budget. I'm sorry, but yeah. In terms of administration, of course, it's also between the predicted amount. So to be here that some of the costs of the secretariat were also included in obrigações fiscais. That's why the amount is so high in that line. Outras, as I also explained in the document, it's the costs from NP Portugal from 2024. And obrigações fiscais, as I said, we are now, to be completely transparent with all these things that are paid to the government, we are putting it in all in one line. That's the difference of the 7,000 euros. Consignação do IRS. So this is the plus. Thank you all for donating your 5% of your IRS.
0.5.
0.5. You wish you were. I'm sorry. To ESN, so it was above expected. Almost 400 euros above expected. Thank you a lot. This year was lower, so please for next year. It's starting in April again, so every time you do your IRS. Really? Yeah?
But I'm not sure.
This year it was 1%.
Yeah.
So, yes, and present to you that we have a reserve fund. The account was created. We have the money in another account. So yay, that is the final result. Okay, this is where it can be tricky. So in the budget, this is the expected one, right? The minus 1600. However, in reality, there's plus 5 there, right? This has a 22,000 difference. Okay, you can forget this value. But basically, without the grants, we have the grants are a total of 23,000 plus. So without the grants, our result is minus 18. That goes basically into that, okay? Of course, some costs were covered by grants and so on, but this is the way we do the budget is not the most appropriate. As I said, please, for the next treasurers to come revisit this issue and do it as ESN International has been also adapting and doing. They are also changing, so please take it as an example. But basically, without the grants, it's minus 18. The grants are a total of, with the grants are a total of 5,000 plus. But this is money that has to be invested in events, in equipment, or in our secretariat and so on. So yeah, that's basically it.
Rodrigo, o microfone.
So, although 1,000 euros was allocated to this fund, there is no evidence that it was used to reduce participation fees or to assist sections that were likely unable to attend the events due to the transportation costs. Didn't any section apply for the grant, or?
So in our training events, actually, they were all, no, besides community meetings minimum, they were all covered by a grant. So the transportation was always covered for all training events. So it doesn't enter in this line; it's just in the grants line, basically. And besides that, yeah, no one else applied for the travel fund, and at least that I know, or if they didn't pursue the rules that are stated in Han. So yeah, if no one asks for it, I will not. In previous years, we would not ask for the money to the sections. Now we are from this year on, we will ask the sections for money, since it's an issue that every year comes to our attention. So from now on, we will ask the sections to give us this money so we can apply it later if someone asks for it. So yeah.
Thank you.
I don't understand one thing. Like you said, I don't.
Espera aí.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't understand the system of the money. Like this 1,000 euros is what, and like.
Yeah. So basically, what is stated in HAN is that we ask for the sections that organize the events, the OC, basically for €1 per participant, and they transfer that amount to our account. And later on, if someone asks for the travel fund, we give to the person. However, we didn't ask, since no one asked us for the travel fund, we also didn't ask the sections to increase that €1 in the fees. So we don't have money on our side, and we also didn't apply it in the.
So like this 1,000 euros is not budgeted to this. It's like a prediction of what you could have asked in events for
Yes.
the travel fund.
Yeah.
You can your question.
develop strategies to collaborate with your direct centers and cities without sections. Given the limited advancement beyond initial contact, can you clarify the 75 completion rate, like how this was determined? Would a lower percentage have more accurately reflect the status?
Yes, I'm reading the comments that I thought I had written more, because basically our previous liaison officer for European Affairs, Matilde, she she made basically contacts with the local presidents to understand which would be improved in the relation between the sections and the Europe. The sections and the Europe direct centers. Sorry, it's wrong. Because I confused. Okay, because I didn't read. I mistaken with the cities with sections. Because without sections, effectively, it was not done a lot of things in that sense. So I will change and make the proposal with this change. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Barbara.
My question is regarding the objective about European University Alliances, because basically it refers to the sections engagement, and then there are like 2 examples, and I would like to know what more was done, because for us 100% completion, I feel like it wasn't that present in all the sections, so if you could clarify this 100%, it would be.
So let me just say, because you said some examples, so okay, basically what was done is foster the engagement of sections in the European University Alliances. It is 100% because we did foster the engagement of sections with the European University Alliances. Of course, is there much more to do, but that's why we continue here for 2026. And we continue with the same objective. The things that were done, it was, as I said here, the Education Community Call had a training regarding European University Alliances, because I understand that it is a very difficult topic, especially for us, because it's recent, it's something that we are just doing right now. And we were also giving some support to local sections and local presidents who asked for help in how could they engage within their higher education institutions. Every time that I did a study visit and I met also with the university, we also spoke about the role of ESN in the alliance of the higher education institution, and all of the higher education institutions are very eager to have one ESN section joining their alliance, because they also receive some financial support regarding that. We have been also invited to some roundtables and some events of these networks, and I would like also to congratulate the Center Southline, because they were a very successful example of joining their University Alliance through their Polytechnic Institute, and it's working very well with ours.
Yes, you can do the second.
Because the other one is similar, it's about the higher education institutions, because it's the same, like if you have, you were saying that the results will be out soon, I was like asking to clarify what type of results we have, because it says as well 100% completion, and for example you mentioned welcome sessions, and like I would like to know of what cities they were. For example, if you had like for example specific cities as targets for it to be 100%.
Yes, we do not control the 100% in terms of KPIs or key performance indicators. We just put, for example, if it's one, it's done. We developed much, but we did much more. I do not have the complete list of higher education institutions that we visited during all the 2025, even because I wasn't only there for half of the year. But we went to Beja, we went to Viseu, but it's helping here.
Beja, Viseu, Setúbal, Guarda, no, Guarda was this year, Viana do Castelo. 2025, yes, all of those.
Yes. I think that's it. So we were sessions to present the opportunities that we have at the national level, events, projects, and also the SN Card, of course. We are also always able to help with some matters regarding some issues of the international students, and we give support directly to the student and to the higher education institution. And we hold meetings with these higher education institutions managed by the Institute for Higher Education. So they invited us to the meeting, and we have been discussing possible deliberations and even possible sections.
Each.
Okay, so hello, José, yes, in Lisboa. To follow up on the Buffon commissions, I just wanted to press something else, which is, I understood the reason why they are not distributed. I just want to understand that if they already explained in the RAC, why is it not, was it not shared in sections? Because also when I was doing the report for 25, I also got that question from members of the Assembly, and I didn't have an answer for them. So that was my question beginning.
Yeah, because I thought it would be solved by the end of the year. Like the commissions were asking with pretty much in advance, but until the end of the year we didn't have an answer. So yeah, that's why. Because I also didn't know. I was expecting those also. So yeah.
You can do the second.
But since the end of the year until now.
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So just as I said about the question, I just want to ask if you want to share the updated version today, so I can review before voting tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Bárbara. Ou já fizeste esta, não já? Já, ok. Então, Maurício.
My question is regarding point 2.21 with the collaboration of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We would like some clarification. How exactly has this contributed to advocacy, and how has it contributed to the creation of opportunities for training in education?
For so basically this collaboration started in the beginning of the year, so we were also able to make the welcome sessions for the interns that go from this ministry, international interns. And we also have been cooperating with them in terms of advocacy regarding the advocacy papers that we do, that we also send to them, especially because, for example, the one with the, I will give an example, which is the one with the student rights to vote. We also sent to the Minister of the Foreign Affairs for him to understand that that the consulates will have to open more hours in other days, for example. So our recommendations are always sent to the Ministry if needed. I'm not sure if, okay. And others, they also invited us through the Institute of Camões, which promotes training and education mobility opportunities, and possibly we are all already evaluating because we have been present in the presentation of the new plan for development and education in Portugal at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it may have some opportunities of funding, for example, for our smaller bank.
You can do one of the other questions.
So 520 says the diversification of income. Yeah. So the actions they describe primarily seem to focus on merchandising. So my questions are: there any steps being taken to explore other income streams like donations and more fundraising events, like you mentioned?
Yes. During the first part of the mandate, I actually conducted an internal, let's say, investigation on the donations platform, and I reached the conclusion that the best platform would be Buy Me a Coffee. It was just not implemented because I did not have time at that time. I did not have time to ask the IT manager and so on to put it in our website, and we didn't like also reach a conclusion on what would we offer for people that would donate the money. Because okay, that people can donate just for donating, but it's always good to give them something back, like some content or so on. So yeah, we are still deciding on that.
Nuno.
So regarding the alumni engagements, the report indicates that nothing was done regarding the promotion of internal opportunities for the alumni community, and my question is really what went wrong, what could be prevented, what could be done better.
Sorry, what we said it was nothing was done regarding this point, despite the opportunities sent to the national platform mailing list. I already covered that in the online Q&A, but basically we had a very strong advisory council for the first time with alumni Portugal meetings. We also involved them in the Locos d'Or initiative, and also we hold meetings and talks and coffees with some strategic alumni regarding some projects that we were trying to develop, including, for example, the Observatory of Mobility, to try to seek some knowledge for us to for moderation.
My question is really what went wrong, not with you, but with the engagement of the alumni community with the
to justify this 50%. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, we recognize that still we did this, but still I think the engagement of alumni of ESM Portugal should be present in also the events that we organize. So that's why it's 50%. We did not have the opportunity to have alumni in our events, for example, like of training.
Instead of being just back office.
Okay, before you do the second question, I want to propose to close the speakers list.
We were just
Okay. Okay, so 2 more questions, you can add them, and then I propose to close the speakers list after that, okay? Okay, so you can do your second question.
So, about the professionalization of the national board, what are the next concrete steps towards this goal? And how are you going to manage for the grants to be approved?
Exactly. The grants are very, as you're going to see, it's very difficult for us to have approved grants right now because more organizations started to apply. So the financial part, it will always be some kind of ambiguity. And if you look at our budget, there is no possibility for us to be paid for the positions for the volunteering that we are doing. However, it's something that is on our 2-year strategy and that we should continue to discuss. However, right now it's not possible to make it.
Mario.
My question is regarding communities on AIT. So important knowledge is that the negative highlight provides trainings because of mismanagement of the Azure grant. So I would like to know what exactly went wrong with this. Was the value of Microsoft reduced, or did we use more resources than the previous year?
Okay, so what happened was said a couple things. The first was that the grant usually was 3,500 or 3,000, and then it kept reducing, and now it's at $2,000. The costs for each virtual machine that hosts the website also increased a lot, and also we kept on adding more websites such as the ENM website. Also with the new sections, we also had them. Also, we have fixed the virtual machines for every section. So, for example, Lisbon had a problem with their own hosting. So website, so there are a couple of things that can be improved on the way that we deploy the website, which is currently being dealt now with the full IT team. But the previous year it was more about trying to understand it and how to fight it. Okay. So yeah, I don't know if that's a good question.
Francisco.
Francisco Santos, ESM Coimbra. So my question is that given that the University of Porto rejected the proposal to relocate the place of operations, what are the specific results of the meetings held with the other municipalities? And is there a confirmed plan B or for physical headquarters?
So basically this is a very long process and very difficult one, but basically before or during the moment of the local elections we sent an email for some municipalities that we were interested in to arrange a meeting to discuss the possibilities that we had to relocate our secretariat. We sent an email, if not missing or mistaken, to the municipalities of Porto, Gaia, Aveiro, Coimbra, Lisboa, Oeiras, Cascais, and I think that was it. From that time until now, we got a response from Vila Nova de Gaia. We already had a meeting with them. They did not have any kind of possibility to host us. They said that they were going to search for anything else, but until now, and I'm not expecting an answer, but until now we are not having an answer from them. I think it's next week I will have a meeting with also the municipality of Oeiras to discuss the possibility of having a building there. And it was it. We did not have many answers, even because it was the local elections time. So we are planning on resending the email. However, it's not priority right now since we do not have any kind of availability on the agenda to hold my post-morning meetings. And that's it. We will always try to give you the updates regarding this, and will not take any decision, as I said before, without consulting our sections.
So my question is about the restructuring plan for the Formula 2, because first I think there is a language mistake because it says like restructure for restructuring. I don't know, like it says define a plan to restructure for restructuring the Erasmus National Union.
That was approved in November 2024 for the previous local boards, so it's a thing that we can change.
Okay, I understand. And then like other question about the same topic is because if there is any plan made besides the improvements that already happened this year, because the previous topic is regarding improvements in UNM and it was 100%, and this one about the plan is also 100% after saying further strategic developments is still needed.
This is not about the Erasmus National Games 2026. This is about the Erasmus National Games 2025.
The national meeting, sorry.
Okay. National meeting.
Yeah.
The improvement was the morning activities, the cultural activities, and when the board started to plan the change from the inside organizations to outside committee. That was the improvement of the Erasmus National Meeting. The structure of the event and the work part of the event to start becoming not workloads from the board, but a specific committee. That was the improvement.
Okay, the regional students and third. So, my question first is for the if your name is even as close to 50k profits, besides of course the profit and other projects, why aren't we reducing the fees for your name? the accounting and it would be a very valuable, like it would be a big difference. As one of our main priorities is to provide events at a lower cost, should this value be put back into them? Should this be a priority?
Yeah, because I think it's in our internal statutes and so on, because our the NN needs to have a 1500k profit, okay? Because that's what alimentar feeds, what feeds the finances of ESN Portugal. As you saw, without grants we have minus 18 this year. Without the 1500 from ENM, we would have like even less. So that's why, like, we need that money for to pay the secretariat. We need that money to have our projects going. We need that money to feed the rest of the federation that is not covered by grants and so on. So yeah, like the representation and yeah. So we cannot lower that because that's internal money that we have. Like our as in Portugal, we only have two sources of income. There are 100% ours, that is the SN cards we sell, and the fees that we collect from ENM. So yeah, besides that, it's grants. Okay, we have donations, but we cannot count with that. It's really variable, and yeah, that's why.
Can I just ask if related to this should be restructured, like this whole thought, like this, the way this works?
It's structured in the standing order.
Shouldn't we restructure it?
But I cannot ask a question. Like, okay, we should restructure these, but how can we go look for money in other places?
We should do like a consultation.
Yeah.
In the future. Should I do my second question?
Okay, just Patricia.
So,
Then
sure. About that does not mean we're not looking for grants to lower them. We are currently doing that, and I'll have a point about it in my presentation for a grant that we submitted for Turismo Portugal. So we're trying actively to lower the fee. But one thing I believe was to add to your point is that one thing does not disqualify the other, and I also tried to find grants that would not go against our statutes. Right? So that does not mean we're not currently actively working to lower the fee for NM and keep the federation afloat. Because I also like to eat and I have to work for my own wage. So I'm actively working on it.
Andy, you can do the next question.
Our second question is regarding something that we already asked in the cards, but we were on this a little bit more. Basically, for us, the 100% implementation in the division of powers of VPG and VPD kind of doesn't make sense if you guys don't have a VPG. Like, how do you implement this? This is not implementable because you don't have someone that can perform those tasks. Even if on paper it's something, it's not implemented the moment that you don't have like someone doing it, you know?
No, because the distribution or the implementation of the position and the division from the VP and events to now the VP and VP, it's different than if we have a position. So the part of redistribution, or dividing these two positions into the other two, and making sure that the tasks of each one is well correct in each other, that's good work was done. Because now it's implemented in ESN Portugal, so the positions are created. Then, if we are implementing in this mandate, is a different thing. So, of course, we do not have a VPG. Of course, we distribute the task between the national board, but that does not mean that the position is not implemented, because it is.
How is a position that is not filled implemented?
But it will be the same if we did not have a president. Even if we did not have a president, the position will be implemented either way. So the tasks of the president will be being done by anyone else.
Can I just complement? Basically, these are two concepts. Basically, there is the implementation and there is the adoption. The implementation, it was done. It's like a technology. to take the computer and I give you the computer, it's implemented. The fact that you use it or not, it's adoption. The fact that other people use it, it's embedding. But the implementation part, it was done. Now we aim to do the adoption part. It's another thing. But the objective when the previous national board put it on the action plan and budget was to make this process of consultation and of changing actually the test description and the standing orders, the internal standing orders, in order to make it possible, in order to implement it. From now on, nobody was expecting that no one applied, but we have to create strategies for the people to apply for, and if no one applies for a second year consecutive, I think we could create a discussion regarding this, why people are not applying, people do not find the position attractive, appealing, or do not have exactly the best training for it. I don't know. Let's see. But implementing it was.
But like, because our thing is completely just like, I understand, for example, the thing you said, if you don't have a president, how can you implement it? But this is the first time you're implementing it. So how can you say that you're implementing something if you don't have a trial to see if these things are being well, you know?
But that's a different thing. That's the practical part that Pedro was talking. So the implementation and the division, it's done. So even though we don't have a person in the position, the tasks are well distributed. So Edgar is being interviewed for the PPD, so he knows his tasks. That's not the same from last year as events. So the implementation is done. Besides that we don't have a position or the practical side of the person in any position is a different thing.
That's
In
why.
In essence, the house is built, no one is living there.
Yes.
That's why.
That's legally and structurally and procedurally, that's what that means. The house is built, no one is living in that house. But that does not mean the house was not built. It is built.
For us, it just doesn't make sense, but I guess.
Another way to see it is like, if all the functions were in one person, we wouldn't have Nadia and Carolina also working on it. Nadia has the VPG and Carolina has the VPG, also the training part. That's the division also. Can also be seen by that.
And I think you might be mistaking the implementation with the analysis of or the feasibility of this change, because that is what we would expect after making it. So if we had a person there, we would see if it would work, if the tasks were appropriate or not, and make more changes to it. But since we don't have it, it's there, but the feasibility, it's hard to analyze due to the situation that we're in.
Yeah, it's what Pedro was saying. So next year, if you have someone, that's when we are going to see if it really represents what we want to do with this division or not. But the implementation isn't. Of course, we don't have the analysis part of really knowing if this is the right choice or not, because it's not. We don't have a person here. So, but yeah, next year, hopefully, we will have that analysis.
Done.
And regarding Christmas with Portuguese retailers, last year as the projects and concepts coordinator, I had the chance to implement the project, and it was really fun, and I know it has a lot of potential, but still we acknowledge that it has to be restructured. So I was wondering if, even though it's like it's not on your side to decide what the next board is going to do, if you will have some guidelines or some feedback to pass to them, so that the project can be restructured, or if you think it's like done for good.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think so. The problem with the project is you cannot measure its impact. Let's start by that. So it's not a project. So that is the first thing. I do not say that it's not recoverable. I think it needs to be stopped for a while, and the next person who comes needs to, if he or she wants, they need to think on how can we really make it work. Because last year we had the lucky receipt and no one applied for it, and it was a really nice initiative, and it was the thing that we could see the impact and if the students were actually buying, and no one did anything. need to think, and I did not do it because it was not a priority for the reasons that I said, unfortunately. But I think that if the next year goes well, if we have everyone, like if the secretary can actually take some time to think about it, to discuss it with the department, with the community, I think it can be revived. Yes.
Can I add? Yes. Do you think it's a good idea to talk or mention that restructuration of a Christmas with Portuguese booksellers in our community, in our monthly calls of our community?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Actually, we have some things from the consultation report Sophia did last year, and there were some ideas there, so we can discuss, we can maybe try to strategize some things. And if the next secretary wants to start on building something, some guidelines that can actually restructure the project and make it work, I think it's worth it to do it. Why not?
Thank you.
Okay. Activities calendar proposal 2027.
It's just a data mistake. On the 3.9, it's 31st of November, and it should be 3rd of November.
Where?
On the
report.
On the
É isto, o anterior está
Não,
mal.
o anterior.
Pronto, já passou. Siga, bingo.
Rodrigo, diz outra vez, faz favor.
Eu só reparei que o show está lá, está a fazer errado, está a 31 de novembro, tem que ser 30. É só isso.
Ops, posso sentar. Só disse deixar-se cair. Nem adianta. And so, this is the calendar that we send and we share before the NP. However, after the feedback of the sections, SN Portugal will present a new calendar, taking in consideration your comments and advice. Podes pôr na 3, faz favor. É isso. So, regarding the National Strategic Meeting, will be in January from 8 to 10. We'll have SN Upgrade Évora in March from 5 to 7. The National Platform from 19 to 21 was...
It's on the weekend before.
Esta?
Yeah.
Aqui?
Yes.
Podes ir a se faz favor? Aqui? So, vai a 3, perdão. Sorry, my mistake. This national platform will be from 12 to 40 of March. After the comment of SN Porto, we decided to change SN UTAD and SN Porto, since we already had an anniversary in SN Porto last year, so it was not fair for the rest. Regarding the Erasmus National Meeting, we put from 22 to 25 of April. Once again, was a weekend help because it was from the 29 to 1 of May. Podes dar scroll para cima. Regarding May, we will have a level up from 21 to 23 in Algarve. We'll have in June LBM Tomar from 4 to 6. And the national platform will be from 25 to 27 in UTAD. In September, we'll have LBM Coimbra from 3rd to 5. October, we'll have SN Upgrade Covilhã. The national platform in November will be in Aveiro. The ENG we took a weekend previous to. We made a change because SN Aveiro is trying to sign protocol with the NAV, the Cachoeira. So probably on this weekend they will have a fair like this year happened. So we anticipated the situation and we put up a weekend the Erasmus National Games. And in December, on the first weekend, we have the community meetings in Castelo Branco. I will make the corrections and send you later regarding the national platform. Is everything.
Okay, the speakers list is open. Claudia.
Okay, can you put the calendar? Please, I have my question first because I wasn't. Okay, so Claudia Marcus, President of the National Audit Team. Regarding the national platform in March, we know that it's the national platform where we approve the activities in budget reports. However, to have the financial support for ENM, the municipality of Albufeira requests for us to send the activities and budget reports of the previous year already approved, alongside with the audit team's opinion and the minutes of the meeting of the General Assembly where it was approved. And they request these documents very early in the year. So why do you continue to plan to have this national platform in March? Otherwise, okay, it is a weekend before, but still it's in the end of March, and do not put it like previous, earlier in the year, so we don't have the problem of sending the documents, considering also that this issue was not handled in the most proper way in previous years.
So, no one can tell that NM will be next year in Albufeira. However, this year the National Board already made the commitment with the municipality, statement that after our General Assembly will send the documents approved for the municipality, so we can have the grant or the budget approved by then.
I also have. Also, basically, we have legally until the end of March to send these documents and to have our hack approved. So, if not, for some reason we do not have our report approved, there is no NM, and people already agree.
Just why not putting it earlier? Because it's also impossible for us to have all the documentation ready before, because we have a lot of, it's like the grants time to submit and also to look for other things, and also, yeah, on our side it's impossible to have it earlier. We studied that option, we saw like other possibilities of having it in February, but we also have international events and so on, so it's impossible for us to put it in even earlier. So yeah, it's better this way. Okay, we have it 1 week earlier, and it doesn't mess up with you. For example, if we put it in February, it would be in the middle of the welcome month, and it would be worse for sections to be, for example, here. It would be impossible. So yeah.
So, yes, I'm Luisa. Yes. So, regarding the 2027 calendar, in the past we have faced situations where events, locations had to be changed, and I would like to ask whether you have any contingency plans in place to provide support in such cases, and if so, could you please specify them?
So yes, we have a contingency plan. we'll do the same that we are doing until the moment. That is, we'll make the open call 6 months before the event. So if the section states that don't will organize the event, we'll open call to organize the event. The suppose is this to happen. Last year happened with the committee meeting in Junino. Didn't happen with Level Up Visio in this case and Upgrade Visio because was short time notice when the sections really informed that they don't will make the event. So the national board organized the event, but is supposed to the open call for the event open 6 months before. We are already working, for example, with NP Coimbra for November, LBM Lisboa in June. So I think if the open call open in the right time, the national board has more than time to prepare the network and the sections if they want to apply if someone don't want to organize the event.
But yes, in Portugal will try their best to support in everything that is needed to event happening when it's supposed to happen.
Is anyone? Okay. Bellissimo. Okay, Barbara.
My question is about the year-end dates, but I was actually checking. They start on the Thursday, right?
Yes.
Okay. Like the question was if there was any option to start it on a Friday and end on Monday, considering that it may be easier for people to take a 2-day absence if this happens. Because, for example, for people that work and even students, 2 days in a row of absences may be more, prejudicing the attendance.
Yeah, the problem here is also with the team that is organizing the event. For example, there's always people that stay for another day, and to depart on a Monday it's one thing, but to depart on a Tuesday, it's like almost 1 week and a half that those people would lose. So in terms of, for example, Miguel and Pedro, this year they will go from Monday until the other Monday. That's 1 week. It's more feasible. If they go from Monday, from Tuesday, it's not okay for if you ask to someone just to work 1 day in a week, for example. In that case, for example, Miguel would ask from Tuesday to Tuesday. Their employer would not would say, yeah, but why will you work only 1 day in this week? It's worse for him. And also it's easier in terms of resources and so on. For example, to have a club open in a Sunday, it's worse. Of course that it opens to us, but after a certain hour it opens to everyone, and it's worse for them. On a Saturday they can open and they have people. On a Sunday they don't. So it's worse for us for them. It's in terms of logistics, it's okay that for participants and so on to ask for holidays. Maybe it's better, but for example for the OC they ask for the whole week almost. So yeah.
And we need to take into consideration that most of people, probably not you, but for example the national board, everyone works. So and the big number of volunteers this year is working. So they need to take more than 1 day.
Yeah, for the OC we don't take only the Thursday and Friday. And also, for example, forget.
Mijo. But Barbara, for your question, okay?
Okay, Maria João Silva, St. Porto. Firstly, I would like to really thank you for considering the NP Porto and the NN questions. We really appreciate that. Secondly, my question goes to the level up Algarve we made, and regarding the fact that they could not organize an NP right now in March, do you believe that in a year they will have that possibility also in a time when Algarve already starts being more expensive?
I can say that SCN Port will still okay next year. So we expect, of course, SCN Algarve have increasement and engagement in the network. If we can't assure that Algarve will be joining us, organizing the level up, I can't. But I believe that we need to invest in the sections that more need, and this is the case. So if we don't make the effort to organize at least one event there, probably it's more easy to drop out the section. So,
but my question is more like regarding the financial aspect.
yeah, in the financial aspect, for example, last year we had the level up was supposed to happen in Algarve. The problem was the organization started very late for the event, but we tried. Onde é que eles têm polos?
Em Faro.
Faro,
Portimão.
Portimão, Lagos. So we tried more than one option. The problem was on the time that we tried to organize was already 2 weeks before the event. It was too expensive. If it was, for example, 6 months, 4 months before, it was cheaper. So.
And also, for example, if we go and check it closer, almost the whole year is as high cost in Algarve. And Level Up is one of those events that don't require a lot of logistics, don't require that happen with few participants, unfortunately, because either it's Queima or Aterro or something. So it's one of those events that can be hosted by sections that are still under development, that need an extra effort from our part, that it's also a time where we can go to the section and do, for example, the study visit, and be with them, see, okay, what can we improve, how can we do this knowledge transfer for the next board, like all those things that, okay, you're not alone, how can we help? It's not it can be done, unfortunately, in the beginning of the year, because September is also very costly. Community meetings will take a lot of, we expect a big event, so we can do it there because the travel costs are really high. That's why it's the level up option.
Yeah, because they can upgrade most of the sections in the priority list, only say that they want 10 spots, so it is more difficult for us to adjust the fee for this kind of event. The advantage of have a level up in Algarve on this time is an event that is more easier to inject a grant.
Michel? No, Inês, desculpa.
Okay, so just a quick clarification. You just presented a change to the calendar, and I just wanted to understand when is it needed to be voted on General Assembly, and is it because of the obligation to guide the entry, or is it virtual? In cases of video, of course, I'm very glad that you took the effort to organize yourselves. Just want to understand this.
So the difference is, if you don't approve the change of the MTV, then it don't will happen. The national board don't need to secure the events. The only thing that is necessary is to have auditorium to make the general assembly. The logistics take and the rest is not mandatory for a national platform. The difference from Upgrade Viseu and Level Up Viseu was short time, so we didn't have time to make an open call or to make a change in the calendar. So we only have two options. We don't organize the event, or we organize the event with the contacts there, with the national board there. In our case, the SN upgrade was a very short time because SN Castelo Branco didn't want to organize the event. So we had contacts with Polytechnic of Viseu, and we talked about the situation. Oh, we have this event in Coimbra, and they, if you want to do something here, you arrange some things, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, we took the opportunity since we were invested on the city on that time with the expansion and so on. Regarding Level Up was the same situation. We have a short time, so we have options. Or we could organize the event in a section that someone from the board have a very good connections, or some in a place that we already create connection. Was the case of Viseu. The Polytechnic, after the event, let us the door open to organize every activity that we want, and we take the chance to organize.
Also because we had a grant and we had to secure the event in Video Island.
Yeah, because if you don't secure the event, we have to give back the money, not only from Level Up Viseu, but from Upgrade Viseu and from LBM Porto. So 3 events, only because, yes.
It was Upgrade, it was LBM, and it was also, LBM Queen.
Okay, so we have in risk more than one event. So the national board took the risk and organized the event there.
So my question is regarding this. Can we move it to a more exam-friendly week? Because early January we have a lot of exams, and that can greatly affect availability to attend the event.
I have a question back. So, what is the date you believe is exam-friendly?
Maybe end of January. I think that's what.
Yeah, but end of January, the national board already start with the LCN upgrade, community meetings, organization of level up, NP, documents, GA. So, is not. How I can say this?
It's not only that, because we onboard the support structures, it's supposed for them to work from January to December. We are postponing this onboarding until the end of the month. They still have, we always give them 1 month to make the action plan. So they would only start working in March, and that doesn't make sense. Like, it makes sense to be in the beginning of the year so they can have a proper onboarding, to do like a knowledge transfer from the previous person and so on, because it's still fresh for the person that left, and it's good for the person that is taking the role now. So we cannot postpone it. Like, okay, that maybe it can be postponed 1 week, but not like 2 or 3, because the way it's in the structure of the SN Portugal that it's put into in danger, basically. For example, there's a lot of work that is done in the beginning of the year, because also other, for example, structures from the government and so on are making their own action plan, and they are more free to have meetings and so on. And if we lose that time window, it's worse for us. So yeah.
I propose to close the speakers list. Okay, so the speakers list is closed, and I want to make a change to the agenda and propose to do the coffee break now, okay? Huh? Okay, so do you approve the proposal of change the coffee break from immediately? ESN Aveiro?
Yes.
ESN Coimbra?
Yes.
ESN Covilhã?
Yes.
ESN Évora?
Yes.
ESN Minho?
Yes.
ESN Porto?
Yes.
ESN Tomar?
Yes.
Okay, so it was approved. 4:50, so we are back at 5:10, and the doors close at that time, okay? And you can go.
Nem mais um segundo!
5:10, 5:10! ISN Açores. ISN Algarve. ISN Aveiro. ISN Castelo Branco. ISN Coimbra. ISN Milhã. ISN Évora. ISN Lisboa. ISN Minho. ISN Porto. ISN Tomar. ISN Otávio. Tá. National Events Updates. And the speakers in Zoom.
So, regarding the Erasmus National Meeting, we had the event from the 29th of November to 1 of December. This year we have 101 participants, 115 euros fee for sections that need accommodation, and 75 euros for SN Aveiro. This year was a bit different. We changed the location. At the beginning of the event, we had a secure venue, was Cachoeira and Aristides Hall. However, the Cachoeira at the same weekend had another event, and they only had the opportunity to give us the stadium for the last day of the activities. However, in the last day of the activities was only the finals, so we didn't need that venue. So we had to arrange another stadium to have the opportunity to make all the sports at the same time. The main problem was this. The venues were a little far from each other. At the logistical level was a little difficult because we had to go and back more than one time for both venues to take coffee breaks or volunteers and so on. Regarding the referees, we made an open call in collaboration with STN Aveiro. However, a small mistake didn't allow us to contact the people because we forgot to put the number and the email in the open call. So it's like a bingo. If the people arrive to us saying, "Oh, I can be referee," we accept. But for the next year, we are already working on that with SN Aveiro, that have a partnership with a privada?
Ixia.
With Ixia. That is a sports polytechnic private something. They are making a protocol with the University of Aveiro to make sure that we have available the NAV, the Cachoeira. Regarding community meetings, we had 77 participants. 35 euros fee. It was of change because voices people somewhere else. We have a lower than we expect feedback from the participants. Once again, you need all the sections need to engage the participants to fill the feedback forms, because again, it's a requirement for the grants, and if we don't apply the grants, we don't have money to make 35 euros fee, or almost.
Yes, vocês of change is very strict.
Esse ano upgrade do TAD, we had 40 participants, however 2 of them were from the Solidarity Corps of SN Portugal. Since the NP was too expensive, we decided to send the Solidarity Corps to SN Upgrade because the fee was cheaper and avoid the workload to give all the sessions to explain the models operandi of SN Portugal. 26 euros fee. We had a grant of Speak Out. Once again, we have a very low number of answers in the feedback. We already extend the feedback twice, and we still without the number that we need for answers to make the grant. So if next year we don't have a 26 euros fee, yeah, it's because on you, because you don't engage your volunteers to fill the feedback forms. Regarding NPSOs, SN Portugal took care of the communication, the accommodation, the registrations. We have 26 participants. SN Portugal decided to inject that money from the Voice of Change on the grant, of this grant to lower the fee. Yeah, I don't know anything about the fee and the rest of the event, but move on. Regarding Level Up Evra, we are counting with 40 participants. The expected fee until the moment will be 87, but we are waiting confirmations to see if we can lower this fee. SN Evra is working with the municipality to see if they will support the event. However, they already grant the dinner of Saturday, the lunches, the coffee breaks and the venues for free with the university. This value is only the expenses of the OC and accommodation only. This value is high because the youth hostel in Évora estão em obras. So yeah. Regarding LBM Lisboa, we are expecting 40 participants. The approximate fee will be 45 euros. This is because we already have under Conhecer Portugal that ASEAN Portugal applied, so we only pay the taxa turística in Lisbon, that is 8 euros per person. So we will see if we can lower this price with grants or applications, partners and so on. Regarding the youth advocacy training in Tomar, we are expecting 40 participants, 20 SCNers, 20 scouts. The fee is already defined. The open call for participants, inscriptions of participants is not open yet. However, it's not for everyone. We have a few requirements that the participant need to fill to be approved to participate in this event. Will be in Tomar. We already have accommodation, restaurant and IPT. Regarding NP Nino, we are counting that you approve. If you don't approve, you don't need to pay anything to the fee, so it's okay. But we have Voice of Changes that SN Nino, in collaboration with SN Portugal, already submitted and was approved, this amount. This approximate fee is already with this amount taken in account. The fee can be lower. We are expecting some answers to lower the dinner, the gala, and to see if we have more partners from the municipality and so on. Regarding MP Coimbra, November, we are expecting 50 participants. This does not include the alumni or the spots that we will open for partners for the gala. The fee is already with 127. They already have Page. They have 800 and something euros from Kluke, and they are waiting for the confirmation of the municipality of Coimbra, so probably this price can be lower. They are waiting for the confirmation of the venue for the gala, and that will affect these two to be lower. Regarding Erasmus National Games, next year we are counting again around 100 participants. SN Aveiro is already giving support with venues and referees. The partnerships open call we opened in April. I think everyone knows the partnerships in the NN are not in a good point, so we'll open the partnerships team earlier this year, so we can have more time to engage with the partners and see if we can decrease or at least have a good welcome kit and things to lower the fee. One topic that I forget to put here. The inscriptions of Erasmus National meeting are already closed. We will open 30 spots until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. We have Science Monday when we close the main registrations. We had 40 11, yeah. 411. Participants already inscriptions. We had 35 participants without sections, and we had 5 international guests in the event. More can I say to you? We are expecting the numbers from this extended period. We hope that we fill more spots. We still above from the numbers from the last year, but we are in a safe zone already, so this is that. Oh, and I will open the open call to LBN Covilhã e LB, não, Siena Pereira Castelo Branco until of the end of this month. Yeah, tipo amanhã.
Is anyone ready for the speakers list?
Muito boa.
What's for you?
Posso sentar? Amei. Nunca tive.
So you have no questions? No? So I propose to close the speakers list. If anyone opines. Okay, the speakers list is closed and Patrice, is your moment.
Cool.
And
Esta é a melhor parte.
Vocês na descente e na piscina.
Sai uma outra apresentação. Espera aí, não, gente. Não, tem que ser rápido. What? They are just deleting the transitions.
Transition.
Está-se bem.
Okay.
Well, it's not an update. It's an update. Okay, so welcome to the best part of the MP, the Secretariat updates. This is usually done in Sunday morning, where you are all fresh after the second night out, but we have to travel tomorrow, so we are going to do this today. I think I will pass the word to Patricia, but enjoy the 100 slides that we have.
No, it's like, it's about 40. It's fine. Okay, so thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. So I will try to be concise and brief. There's going to be an overload of information, but feel free to ask about it during the questions period, and to me or Karina later. We'll, to the best of our abilities, answer. So, let's begin. Great. Okay, so, first news. We have a full secretariat as of the moment. So, as you know, we already welcome 2 young people to our secretariat for the next 6 months until August 31st, which is Margarita and Carol. Margarita for communication and Carol for projects. And I would like to introduce you to Aldo. He's going to be an events assistant. So he, in our loving words, will be Edgar's minion. And he is expected to arrive in the first week of April. And his job will be to support with organizing and supporting OCs for national and international events, as well as help with reports and so on and so forth. So, Carol is French. She has some ESN experience. She is already supporting us in project management. You will already have seen some of her work in a couple of emails and follow-ups. And she also prepared a form that you will answer tomorrow. You cannot forget. Margarita is from Italy. She is already working in communication. She already worked in some of our concepts that I'm going to show you later for our projects that we applied. And they are here since the 1st and the 2nd of March. So this is the things I'm gonna talk about to you today. So it's only 28 projects. It should be go real quick. So what I will first go through is projects that are legally either projects or applications or reports that are the responsibility of ESN Portugal. I will update you, taking into consideration what I've told you from NP Lisboa. And then I'm going to pass on to projects that are coordinated by other organizations, but we have a grant portion assigned to it. Lastly, cooperation partnerships, so projects that do not have a budget allocated to it, but we collaborate. And also some other information for you that are not like within this scope. Okay? So, if I go too fast, please let me know. Okay, first of all, submissions. So this is what happened since NP Lisboa. We've resubmitted MESH to the European Solidarity Corps, which is like a smaller grant that the European Solidarity Corps does for groups of young people. So we have a group of young people apply. And this idea is to have backup budget for our local rounds. And if another project that I'm going to share later gets approved, this will be redirected to more generic sports opportunities. So this project, if approved, will either be towards local rounds. And if we have more than one project approved, we'll support other more generic sports initiatives they will have. This is the request amount sent to the national agency. So it's awaiting results as of the moment. Then, a couple of news. As I told you, in NP Lisboa, we submitted Orientações Lusófonas to get a best practices award from Fundação Europa Africa. It did not get approved. There was a prize money for the best or like top 3 projects. It was our first time submitting to this foundation, so we went blind, but we did not get an approval for this. Next, number 3. We also submitted the survival guides, the project as a whole, to both practicas do IPDJ. So each year, each regional IPDJ directorate elects best practices or menções honrosas. So we submitted the survival guide as a whole, did not get approved. But I will also take this opportunity to say that the submission for this, it goes towards later in the year, and I will make an effort to remind you to apply for it at the end of the year, because you as organizations can apply to it as well. Especially for our local sections that are in less competitive zones. So people that are in the north have a really high competition, so people in Lisboa and in that area, but people from Castelo Branco, Covilhã, they probably have less competition and you could get some money for your things. Good thing to note is that this money is not for things that you have to implement, it's for things that you already do. So it's a good way to pad up your budget if you're lucky. Next, we also ran for a grant from Fundação Jornada. Fundação Jornada is basically an impact follow-up foundation from the World Youth Day, the Catholic event that we had in Lisboa when Pope Francis came. And so this organization does a lot of impact youth calls for funding, and we submitted a project for interfaith training. So how would our volunteers create events that are inclusive for people from different community faiths? The budget that we requested is as such, and even though we made it to the first phase, we went to the second when me and Carolina starred in a beautiful video that will never see the light of day.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
I love it.
It's something I had to do, and we unfortunately did not pass, and we received the news, I believe this month, or at the end of last month, and it's me reading the Bible in my house, because the idea was to center Portuguese religious culture and how to interact with other community cultures. Next, we also submitted for PAJ, as usual. I will not bore you with each one. There's something new I would like to point out. So here, Serviços Digitais para Voluntários dos Estudantes Internacionais. So as you could see from the budget updates, we had a really big dip in terms of costs for IT. So the idea is that we submitted to IPDJ that these costs help to provide services and opportunities for volunteers and international students. So we requested a part of our budget to be allocated for stuff like domains, for stuff that grants do not cover, and this is the big news from this year. Next, this is the budget that is requested, as you can see there. I would also like to remind every year that this is a realistic amount of money that is spent on the implementation of the activities for IPDJ. Not all activities that ESN Portugal does are eligible for funding. And even though we requested about 30,000, you can't see very well from here, we are expected the grant, if approved, to be between 9,000 and 11,000. Okay? This is the maximum we've ever had. So I would like that you look at this number realistically. If they approve this much money, I will do nothing at all the rest of the year. But I don't know if that's going to happen. So I think we should be cautious with this number. Okay? Last year's was about 10,300 for every single event that ESN Portugal did. We also submitted for PAGE, so infrastructure, equipment. This is the things that we requested. So basically, things to both help the communication folks do better content, but also to improve our streaming quality. So we got a nice high definition webcam for our CP team, and also some video stabilizing equipment and a couple of lapel mics. This is the, let me know if you can see, because I can't. This is a project that we requested. We consider this realistic in line with previous years. If I'm talking too fast, let me know. I have 55 seconds per slide. Next, we also, in Lisboa, requested funding from the Fairer Futures Youth Climate Changemakers Fund. The Changemakers is not an ESN event, even though we use the same name, it is not our. And the idea was to integrate our training events with the sustainability and leadership in climate action. So this was the idea, something to support the Secretariat, something to support LVM Cuidar. Some people told me they wanted to plant more trees, and I tried, I really tried. Some money for local actions, and then a final conference that was supposedly going to be the anniversary is in Portugal. We got the news also this month that it did not get approved. Next, we also submitted for funding for the European Solidarity Corps for 2027. So we kind of did the same as the previous years. We requested for 3 people for these amount of days of funding. So we never get 355 days of funding per volunteer. We asked for a year. They give us 5 to 6 months, usually, and we put it in the spring semester. So we expect, there's a mistake there, but we expect that after approval, it should round about 24,000, but it could go anywhere from 24,000 to 19,000 in execution. The results are expected to arrive by May of this year. Okay, now the big one. Another thing that we applied since the last NP was a project in Erasmus Plus small scale partnerships, so projects that are about cooperation between organizations. And we, after having ENG without support and grants, and following up that we did not have ESN International confirmed they would go through another network-wide sports call or grant, we decided to take this challenge onto ourselves and create an event that would fund sporting and inclusion measures in ESN Portugal, and we recruited to our side ESN Italy and ESN France. And this will go also to meet our goals to have a strong sweat working together. So, this is the budget. The project overall has a budget of 60,000, but this is not a realistic number, as we have, by the program, distribute that money through partners. So I will show you what the project does. So in essence, it has some money for project management, so for the days that people are working on it, in this case, the secretaries of each organization. We would have a joint training of 10 volunteers from each organization to have the themes of the project worked on, and is how to make our sporting events inclusive, especially for women and LGBTQ folk, and how we can organize them to make them inclusive. We have struggled with meeting gender quotas already, so we need to have another way of working with this. And this ideally would be at the same time, or as close as to a national event as possible, so we can maximize the results. We would have a national round each per country, some money for local rounds. So this, if this gets approved and MESH gets approved, MESH goes towards more general sporting activities, and this goes to the local rounds. And some money that can be about each NO having a training, small training inside their own country from the people that went to the joint training, can disseminate what they learned. This is the cut for ESN Portugal, and we're also awaiting the results in May. So it does follow a logic chain, and as part of one of the first tasks that Margarita had, she created already like a draft visual identity for the project. So if it gets approved, we are all ready to go. Next, as previously mentioned by the National Board, the national agency will stop existing to be the Institute for Higher Education, and so they have two open calls for funding for organizations such as ours. One is for 2K, one is for 5K. The first one is the 2000, and basically what we did is we redirected or reworked the idea of our national platforms to be a sharing circle for current students and alumni students to share their experiences about the Erasmus Plus project and mobility. Okay? This is the distribution. Please note that sometimes the city might not be exactly as the calendar. I have to submit stuff really in advance before the calendar is proposed, but if I need to change the city, I will contact the financiers and explain the situation as long as I have enough advance. So if you see a city that does not exactly match the calendar, that means there was a change of the calendar proposal between when I submitted it and you approved. Okay? Wonderful. And this is a small pool of money, but every bit helps. And we usually have a really hard time finding funding for national platforms because of the way they are as statutory events, but we hopefully will get this approved. And you will happy to know that I submitted this while in Açores. So fun. Yeah, at like midnight. Fun me. The other one that we submitted is for the 10,000. That didn't used to be like that, but no, it's too small. I'm sorry. So the 10,000 one, so the big one that the Higher Education Institute will share, is the one that we went for. So the idea was that the training events of ESN Portugal plus SWEP would be our main focus. The events that we decided to put in are these, starting with local boards meeting Covilhã up to the national strategy meeting. And these are the distributions of it. They're not equal because basically I had to make a guesstimate of the amount of people plus distance and travel. And the idea is that we would not fund any further than January because the national agency, while still national agency, told us that they were going to open another call next year. So the events after NSM would go towards that other call that they will eventually open. Okay? And not only that, we also decided to me and Carolina to not dilute too many events because then the contribution to each would be very small and not really impact the fee. Please note that the only project that has travel is SWEP,
and this money is calculated automatically. So basically they have a distance calculator. I tell them where the thing is and how much kilometers, and they generate a value, and that's it, okay? Hopefully it's less, so the money can go towards other things. We're halfway there. Woo! So, still in the applications since the National Platform Lisboa. We have been looking, as I said previously, trying to get some funding for NM, and due to the nature of the event, there's less funding available because there's more funding available for training than for the kind of event that NM is. But there is a funding line from Tourism Portugal for associative and corporative events. And basically, we said that we are supporting the economic landscape of Algarve. I gave them conservative, very conservative on the bad side budget of NM, how many people, what kind of activities we would do, and requested that they would help us support. This, unfortunately, due to the time that takes Tourism Portugal to approve things, or not approve things, because we don't know, did not impact the fee, right? So we did not want to issue a fee without having 100% this money requested. We have no idea if we'll get it or not. So if it gets approved, we will talk about what that means at a later point. And this was the requested amount. Next, as previously mentioned by Edgar, we also applied for Under Conselho Portugal to get free youth hostels for national events. Not all of them are available for the program, as not all youth hostels are owned by Novi Jovem. But we did manage to get free accommodation for Lisboa, and even though we don't have that money, so no money was transferred to us, the money that we do not going to spend is on the lower end, about 2,000. Okay, so other than the tourist tax, we have free accommodation for LBM Lisboa. Next, ESA. So you probably, as sections, got the same email as we did for alumni-led events. This application was done by Carolina. So thank you so much. I don't know if you want to share it yourself, or I can just.
I can do it.
Yeah.
So Pedro had an idea to do an event with the previous national agency, and the grant came at the perfect time. So he thought about an hackathon with alumni from his same international, like Juan, Rita, Francisco Silva, that they would come and we would do an all-day activity to make proposals like policy papers regarding certain topics of the European program. And the goal is for this to be done in the day, on the Friday of the LBM Lisboa.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're waiting on results. We have no expected timeline of approval. It's also the first time we applied for this kind of funding. Okay, done with submissions. Good job, us. So what we're going to go through is now the reported what has been closed since our last time. So we have closed and finished 5 from 2025 for the equipments. No money was returned to IPDJ, so well on us. And for the young people that were here last year, we're finishing up the report, and should be a positive result as well. And that means that at the same time, there's always 2 ESC projects happening. The one that is currently on and the one we just reported. To remind you that these kind of projects, they don't happen just on the time that the young people are here, they happen before and they happen after. All of that is part of the project. Okay, so now we're going on to coordinated projects that are going on. So things that are approved, that are happening, that we are leading. So we have our ESC volunteers that are helping me at the Secretariat. This is the budget that was approved by the national agency. So this is the money that we have to have these people, feed them, give them insurance, pay for their housing, etc. And these are the positions. This was, I don't know if you want to talk why the third position is what it is.
to explain why Aldo is coming later.
Yes, so I kind of did it in the morning, but we had the partnership assistant thing, so we needed someone who talked Portuguese for the person to be able to talk with the partners. So as we did not find someone and we had it open from February until the end of February, a whole month, right? It was open.
Partnerships?
Yes. No, it was open until, yes.
No,
from November.
From late November to
Yes,
January.
from November until January, until we saw that no one would apply or no one who speaks Portuguese would apply. So we need to rethink our strategy, and what came up was the events assistant. As Edgar is still with a lot of workload, we thought that would be a good fit, and then we in like what 3 weeks we found someone. Yeah, so it was a good call.
Okay, wonderful. And this is me eating vegan chili in Queen. Very good. So, what? So, now we're moving on from projects that are not ESN Portugal. There are other organizations, and we are partners of. As I mentioned in Lisboa, ESN Italy reached out to us to request funding from the Civic Innovation Fund. Okay, claps for ESN Italy. And this was the budget that they proposed. I reached out to them before this national platform to request an update, and they told me this week that it was not approved. So we will not be hearing about no funding. But they did mention that they have not given up on the idea of searching for funding from this line of funding as well. And maybe so will we. Something to consider. So hopefully, maybe we will see this kind of idea run again for partnership with ESN Italy. We have some good news. So Carolina replied to the open call from the Dentist Project from ESN International about quality traineeships within Erasmus+. And we got a small scale grant to support Level Up Era for €400. And that money is done. We have a webinar about it. So good on us. So now, something that it comes up, and I'd like to remind everyone, is that ESN Portugal, in terms of the European Solidarity Corps, is also a sending organization, which means sometimes young people that go on ESC, like Carol and Margarita are with us, they are going to another country to do their volunteering, and they need a sending organization. So someone to advocate on their behalf and support them along the way, and that is us, and that generates a small portion of income to ESN Portugal, but I would like to tell that currently we have 2 volunteers that are away, so someone in France and someone in Cyprus. I do not put their names for privacy reasons. I will let you know, and it's something that you might also deal with. This project that is here about Cyprus will end early due to instability or stuff that's going around due to the war in Iran. People are not feeling very safe in Cyprus, so this person has requested to return early. Please be on the lookout if your international people are feeling the same, just as a heads up. Because there's such a thing as force majeure, so they don't lose funding for something that is outside of their control, such as this situation. Okay. Another project that we are partners in is LXXVII. You've heard me talk about this in every national platform ever, so I'll go forward. So this is the project as a whole, and we are going towards the end of the project. So it is due to end in 2026, in about October. That does not mean all the work is done, because then reporting has to be done for it, and then the European Commission has to approve it, and then we will get the last 20% of that, which I, in all honesty, do not expect before 2027. Okay? So, what has happened? Me and Carolina, as Carolina sent updates, were in Madrid for our final, for one partners meeting. We'll have a final conference in Rome in October. And after that, we'll just have reporting duties. As of the moment, ESN Portugal's main activities are done, so we're now more towards promoting the project's opportunities and help them in the consortium setting. So Voices of Change, Voices of Change, is another project that we are partners of. Here is a mix between NOs and ESN International and the World Scout movement, and there are two, I'm going to use national organizations, one from Romania, one from Poland. So this is where the youth advocacy training money and grant comes from. And so they have also supported a bunch of projects of ours. So since we last had our last update in this project in Lisboa, they supported Community Meetings Minho. They also came to Portugal for a partners meeting. So me and Carolina in Porto had a lovely partners meeting there. I had to find a vegan place for Francesinha on Sunday night. Fun. But I managed. And they are also supporting Piano Switch, signature sheet people, sign it. And they will also do the youth advocacy training in Tumar. Lastly, not lastly, because I still have a couple, for Speak Out. So Speak Out is one of the flagship projects from ESN International that is winding down. So it has all these NOs with us there. And it supported ESN Upgrade just now, that had a very low fee. And we will officially wrap up the project at EGM Split. I will probably have a final partners meeting there. And then the project will be considered done. There is no refunds from ESN Portugal, so all of the budget for this project is already on our side. And after ESN UTAD's reporting is done, we consider ourselves mostly complete, just the final wrap-up of the project. Now, last thing, or last few things, a part that has no budgets. So, we were reached out by ISCTE, once again. I mentioned that they reached out to ESN Portugal regarding being a non-budgeted partner in a project regarding accessibility and mobility for LGBTQ folk. It was not approved since, I got news that they were not approved since Lisboa, and they reached out again to us. We had a very small meeting just to catch up, and they have resubmitted their project with some minor alterations. So to remind you, this is about how can universities and organizations make mobility accessible for LGBTQ folk. And our job, even though we don't have budget, is to, when they have a conference, when they have focus groups, forward those opportunities to our volunteers or our young people. Okay? Lastly, towards the end, because it's not our project, as mentioned, we, with ESN Minho, went for some Voices of Change and National Dialogue grant for NPV. It's legally NPV's application, even though we support it. So thank you, ESN Minho part, for doing it. You can take a picture of me, it's fine.
No, don't take a picture.
And
Not fingerprints.
lastly, just to keep for transparency, since we last spoke, ESN International opened the call for a future big project that they wanted to implement towards the same idea, Voices of Change and Speak Out kind of mixed, which was called Oasis. They reached out to NOs that they wanted to be affiliated. So we said we would like to implement 2 activities with this amount of people and an international event in the summer of 2028. Kind of like the youth advocacy training, but a generic international event. But we made an expression of interest, but ESN International did not accept our expression of interest. So, assuming that they did apply for it, we are not part of the consortium. But we did try to go for it, we just did not get approved. So, as you can see, this presentation that was really big and really extensive was a result of a strategy from me and Carolina to diversify our applications. So my expertise, is from Erasmus Mais and PDJ, and we did a bunch of applications for other types of funding, not all of them positive, but we are learning and improving. So this is more funding opportunities that we can look out in the future and hopefully improve on ideas that we already have and look forward to the future. I wish I had more positive results to show you, but alas is what we could do in the last 4 months. Which I'm really proud of the amount of applications, if nothing else. At this point, I welcome your questions.
Eu posso fazer uma se ninguém quiser, para não...
No, depois fazes. You asked me so many questions already, and what's one more?
So no questions.
Mas eles reclamam só o mesmo.
Relaxa.
Olha.
You can. Yes, Barbara, yes.
Just to end the awkward silence. Barbara Ferreira in Porto. So my question was, first of all, like, congratulations. This is really a lot, and I really hope this is successful. But it's really good to see so many options. Honestly, it's really. I just wanted to ask, out of curiosity, about the IPDJ. The but it's about the IPDJ grants, because I don't know if you prepare, for example, if you do a punctual application for the ENM, for example, or if it's like a whole annual application, or if some projects are not.
Annual. So there is a limit of 1,500 euros for a punctual application. And there's no, I think legally there's a limit to an annual requirement. We have not reached it. So technically, in order not to cap ourselves, we usually don't go for the punctual. We save it for an event that like has no extra funding. So we haven't assigned a punctual support yet. If we see an event of these obligations not being supported, okay, then we direct.
Can you open my question, please? But basically, it's regarding Eurodesk, because we know that this in Portugal is a Eurodesk multiplier, and we wanted to be as well one, as we were in the past, as yes, I mean. And yeah, as yes, in Portugal already is one, doesn't make sense that us as a local level are one, I guess. So I would just like some clarifications on the current activity level, basically on the Eurodesk network as it's in Portugal.
Okay, so maybe to give some clarification, Eurodesk is a European network of, let's call it youth workers to be more generic, and it's about providing young people with information. And Eurodesk Multiplier does not have its own budget, so we don't get paid to be it, but we have access to training opportunities, we get to meet other multipliers and so on and so forth. Currently, Yes in Portugal is a member. We submit our annual events to Eurodesk activity plan and report at the end of the year. And whenever it does not conflict, we participate in Eurodesk sessions as well as Eurodesk training events. I participated last year in one event in Lisboa towards the end of the year. And I also participated in May of last year of a study visit to Sweden. So I will admit that I have not been as active as I would like this last 3 months due to the everything you just saw. But if you are having some issues, do schedule something with me, because I don't think that it should be illegal for you as an organization to be there as well. Because, for example, I know for a fact that a lot of Europa Direct centers are, and they're part of the same network or whatever. And we could also maybe clarify that according to the organization that is managing Eurodesk Portugal, which is the National Agency in China. Call me. In a non-weird way. Please don't call me in a weird way.
Mijo. Micro.
Okay, about Mesh. I'm sorry. I remember since entering in ESN, like I don't think we ever understood quite well Mesh is. And in this solution, I still don't really understand what type of activities are set to happen.
I would like a clarification on the question, if I could.
Yes.
Do you mean what is Mesh this application? What is Mesh?
Both, honestly both. I'm very
Okay, I
confused about
can
Mesh.
speak on the application, but I'll let you maybe speak about it in general, and then I'll follow up.
Eu primeiro.
Sim, começa o geral e depois
Okay, so technically Mesh was created in 2019, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And it's supposed to make the events more sustainable. Our national events like ENG and ENM, and should also make our internal national events more sustainable, like not wasting plastic and everything. If you ask me if the project is well developed, maybe not. I think that if you say that you implement Mesh with only ENG and only ENM, I don't know if that's actually implementing on its whole or on its maximum impact. But it's working. So we could make more, yes. But as it is right now, it's working. I don't know if.
I'll follow up with that.
Yes.
So, from this umbrella of making our events sustainable but healthy, in a weird kind of continuation way, this application is our efforts to continue to provide activities within the spirit of the original project. So, in the most basic of way, Mesh could be boiled down to making NM and ENG sustainable and healthy events. This application in particular was made to support either local rounds for local sections, so that budget can be distributed, and if Safe Sports for All is approved, that money will be targeted for you to make your own sports activities. I'll leave that to the national board how they're going to distribute that money. It's not my place to do so. But it would be a way of like, here's an incentive to promote sports and sustainability in your section. And so the idea is to continue the spirit of Mesh, even if the original project has kind of quieted down.
Yeah, our idea with the Mesh was to make like a micro grant for you, like we have the Erasmus in schools. We will also have one for health and well-being. That is also included on the Mesh. Like when you promote ENG, you are promoting health and well-being. When you promote ENM, when you have that daytime activities, you are promoting health and well-being. So that also counts for it.
Should I get my second?
Yes.
My second question is about the tuition rate, because for ING we are also applying for the same grant. And my question is if you think these two applications can collide since they are from
No. For IEG, you said? No, because as my understanding is that first we're two legally different organizations. So, to Tuition Portugal, your finances and our finances are separate. And from my understanding, the evaluation of the projects takes into consideration the impact, the scale, but also the region where the project is implemented. So for example, we have a deduction because our project happens in Algarve in what they consider non-low season. So our project would have slightly better chances if we had an M in January, for example. So technically, as my understanding of the program, these two things should should not clash, because I believe that Tourism Portugal has like people from each region evaluating and adapting it. But maybe we can talk later, and I can see if the people that are evaluating your application is the same as mine. Maybe that could be something.
Thank you so much.
Clara Martins, yes, I'm Lisboa. Is it okay if I pass this question to Inês because I have to go to a call?
Yes.
Okay, Inês Reis and Julie. So, the grant for the hackathon, I just wanted to ask if the 300 euros for accommodation, they like the taxes risk to be included in that. And, for example, if we manage to get it not being to pay from the city hall, if it's a problem for your grants, because most of them are
But you are talking about the under program, the under concept.
Yes.
When I talked to the Pousada, they told me, okay, you don't need to pay the accommodation, you only have to pay the fees, the taxa turística. But I think that if you talk to the city hall and they cover it, if the Pousada receives the money, I don't think it's okay.
But then for the other grants?
For the other.
300 euros for accommodation, what happens to this?
So here's the thing. So the 300 from the alumni-led activity, those 300 are meant to host the alumni that are going to be specially for that day. So it's not meant to support the accommodation of LEM participants, because technically the hackathon is for one day, so we cannot justify accommodation for everyone. But since we're going to invite whoever we're going to invite, Francisco or Rita, the idea is to have some budget set aside for them, so we wouldn't have to dip it from other places.
Mijo. Já? Bárbara. Ok, desculpa. Tony também é da bocado. Não. Ok, Tony, sim.
Yes, and me. So basically, I guess it's more of a curiosity, I guess. Like if the European Solidarity Corps, because curiosity, because context. We as SME applied for the quality label to receive as volunteers, and the quality label got approved. So now we're gonna continue that process, of course. So I guess our question is more if the S project proposals are like, I don't know how to explain it, are always successfully funded, or is there like a period that you can?
So, your question comes from two things. So, when you apply for funding under ESC, you always apply in the February-March deadline. So we don't know if it's approved until like April, May, and then we don't get the funding until June, July. So the earliest we can have some money is June, July. But then it happens that we just have a new national board coming in, and having other people come in at the same time, it's kind of like a lot of new people at the same time. So in order to have quality recruiting and to get it as early as possible, because we don't get approved for a full year, we ask for a full year and it never gets approved, we kind of think 6 months to begin in the first semester, in the second semester, I'm sorry, and to have their help in the busiest time of the year, which is now until the summer. Legally, we could have them as soon as we get the money, so like September. But that means that strategically, it does not balance well with our workload. So the time they would come, I would have to onboard them and also be in welcome sessions. The new board is coming in. So this is a strategic. Nothing stops us or a few national boards to come and say, we want them as early as possible. That is okay. So we can welcome them at any point during the approved time. Currently, this project where we have people now, technically we could welcome them from September up to October. So any time in between those dates is fine. We strategically selected the second semester in this duration.
Okay, is anyone heading to the speakers list? Okay, so I propose to close. If anyone opposes, the speakers list is closed. Okay, and we can go to the next and last topic: inconsistencies in the internal regulations. Sim, pode ficar,
Não vai me perguntar.
Hello. Hi. So this is the standing order. So I guess is it in Portuguese or English?
Para fazer em português temos de provar.
Sim.
É. Porque também não foi proposto para ser em inglês, é verdade. Okay. Okay, so we are going to vote to do the next topic in Portuguese, okay? Because the document is Portuguese.
I don't mind it in English. I just wanted to ask if it's.
A discussão é mais fácil.
Okay.
Ok. E a cena à frente? E a cena à frente?
Yes.
E a cena Coimbra? E a cena Coimbra?
Yes.
E a cena Covilhã?
Yes.
E a cena Évora?
Yes.
E a cena Minho?
Yes.
E a cena Porto?
Não.
E a cena Tomar?
Yes.
E a cena... Ok.
Yes and okay.
Ok, it was okay, so the topic is going to be in Portuguese, portanto, quando quiseres.
Ok, então é assim. Eu estive a ler o regulamento interno da Federação e surgiu uma dúvida que eu coloquei ao leitinho e eles disseram para trazer este tópico à APN. O artigo 43 do Sistema Faseado de Avisos, o número 2 diz: os deveres são verificados no primeiro dia de cada Assembleia Geral Ordinária. E o 3 diz: os avisos são emitidos no último dia de cada Assembleia Geral Ordinária. No entanto... Oi? 47, sim. Ah, desculpa. Se calhar foi mal. Pronto. Eu volto a repetir, então. O 2 diz: os deveres são verificados no primeiro dia de cada Assembleia Geral Ordinária. E o 3 diz: os avisos são emitidos no último dia de cada Assembleia Geral Ordinária. No entanto, o artigo 65, 4, diz: têm direito a voto os membros federados que, à data da Assembleia Geral, tenham cumprido todos os deveres estipulados pelo presente documento e demais regulamentos da ESN Portugal. E eu trouxe este tópico para discussão porque a minha interpretação disto é à data da Assembleia Geral, ou seja, no dia antes do início da PM. Ontem, que é o que está aqui escrito na minha interpretação. O Conselho Fiscal concordou e eu queria saber a opinião das secções, porque caso efetivamente seja esta a interpretação, existe uma incongruência entre os dois artigos.
Isto não sei como é que é o espaço
É só
social.
Sim.
Pronto. Na minha interpretação, à data da Assembleia Geral, a Assembleia Geral começou hoje de manhã, às 9 da manhã, como a convocatória estava feita. Ou seja, a data é hoje.
Por causa do streaming.
Mas o que estás a pedir?
Sim, sim. Começa aqui.
Ok. Não era esse em Portugal. À data da Assembleia Geral, eu interpreto que a data da Assembleia Geral seja o dia em que a Assembleia Geral começa, portanto, de acordo com a convocatória, seria hoje às 9 da manhã. Ou seja, todos os membros federados têm direito a voto, que tenham cumprido com todos os deveres estipulados até hoje às 9 da manhã.
Exato, mas se não tiverem, até hoje às 9 da manhã, não teriam voto nesta Assembleia.
Exatamente.
Ou seja, atualmente o sistema de avisos não está a ser correto, uma vez que nós damos avisos no final da Assembleia e eles têm voto nessa presente Assembleia.
É só na seguir que se aplica.
Estou a perceber, ok.
Parte com um cada
Cláudia Marques, National Auditing, tu queres que eu veja os avisos, eles fecham, né? Até às 23h59 do dia anterior. Eu às 9 da manhã trabalhei durante a noite a ver os avisos.
Basicamente, a minha interpretação era que todos têm direito a voto. Os membros federados, que é a data da Assembleia Geral, têm de cumprir todos os deveres estipulados no presente documento e demais regulamentos da Assembleia Geral. Ou seja, eu não pensei nesta parte, eu acho que poderíamos melhorar esta parte, porque eu pensei no facto de ter direito a voto todos os membros que não tenham perdido o voto até à data da Assembleia Geral. Ou seja, como não foi emitido um terceiro aviso antes da data do início da Assembleia Geral, todos têm direito a voto, a não ser que eles só tenham 3 avisos. O problema é que depois é sempre assim meio para a frente.
Por isso é que isto precisa de ser adressado.
Sim.
E há outra questão aqui que é. Há outra questão aqui que é. Diz todos os deveres estipulados, mas a questão é: há secções com 2 avisos, ou seja, não estão em cumprimento de todos os deveres, mas que ainda têm o direito de voto. Portanto, há aqui. Não é exatamente assim.
Isto é, podem chegar à PN em incumprimento e, como ainda não foram feitos os avisos, têm o direito de voto na mesma. Ou seja, isto aqui gera uma incongruência de quando é que isto se aplica.
E pronto, é isso. Desculpa.
Imagina que estamos a tomar decisões. Imagina que estamos a tomar decisões. Imagina que estamos a tomar decisões estratégicas. Então, tecnicamente, as secções estão a aprovar uma coisa para a qual, tecnicamente, nem deviam estar no seu direito de votar para tal.
Mas já mudas um ao outro.
Pedro Almeida é sempre calmo. Nós então temos, eu queria só clarificar uma coisa que, talvez para tentar perceber a vontade da maioria das secções. Preferiam que os avisos fossem, por exemplo, emitidos uma semana antes e fossem verificados uma semana antes e as secções que efetivamente já são ao ponto de ter 3 avisos perdessem o direito de voto logo para aquela Assembleia Geral, ou que contasse só para a posterior. Ou seja, que ficasse como está agora e simplesmente arranjávamos uma solução com tirávamos este ponto 4 aqui para fora, coisa assim, ou preferiam que arranjássemos um novo sistema em que seriam verificados os deveres com uma semana de antecedência e tudo muito mais cedo.
É assim, o sistema baseado em avisos atual funciona, ou seja, os deveres são ficados no primeiro dia da Assembleia Geral e os avisos são emitidos no último dia da Assembleia Geral. Ou seja, nesse período a secção tem voto, apesar de talvez estejam a cumprir os deveres. O problema aqui, e por isso que eu trouxe, é o facto de não estar definido certamente quando é que será emitido o aviso, ou seja, no último dia da Assembleia Geral, tanto pode ser domingo de manhã e eles deixam de ter voto, como pode ser domingo à noite e eles continuam a votar. Ou seja, não é necessariamente o período em que a auditing verifica os deveres, mas sim quando é que o aviso de incumprimento é dado e desta forma impede ou não o voto.
Sim, mas eu continuo com a questão, ou seja, preferem que seja uma semana antes ou que seja como está a ser até agora? É isso. Não sei o que mais secções querem dar a sua opinião.
Passa aí um pouco.
Já é Porto, mas em Portugal. Isto já foi discutido, inclusive, no ano passado, porque a forma como isto está estruturado dá margem para que a gente interpretar de forma diferente. Porque lá está, os avisos podem sair à meia-noite de domingo ou à meia-noite e um quarto e têm efeitos muito diferentes, nomeadamente na nossa estrutura de Assembleias Gerais, que envolvem a maior parte das votações no último dia. Ou seja, já foi discutido. E a conclusão que chegámos foi manter o status quo. Conseguimos manter o cumprimento do regulamento interno tal como ele está e manter o status de fazer os avisos depois do PN, ou seja, eles aplicam-se na segunda-feira, tal como o resto das alterações do regulamento interno, e serão aplicados. No fundo, as consequências de uma secção que obtém o terceiro aviso só são sentidos nas assembleias seguintes. É assim que tem sido até agora. Se é a melhor forma, isso já depende das secções, nós não vamos decidir isso, nós só vamos cumprir o que está no regulamento interno. Uma coisa é certa, o que o Tiago trouxe aqui é verdade, há uma clara inconsistência entre as duas abordagens. Portanto, elas se verificam antes e aproxima-se a PN, veem que estão em cumprimento, aviso, consequência, seja o que for para vocês decidirem, ou então mantém-se agora e muda-se este artigo 65. Quem quer o microfone?
O lencinho, pai, não.
A minha opinião é que fica avançado uma semana antes e pronto, e era para essa. Obrigado.
Imagina, eu acho que, tendo ao facto do aviso estar a ser emitido para um período que depois só vai ser aplicado exatamente quase meio ano depois, eu acho que não faz sentido estar uma secção que não cumpre os deveres no início do ano estar a pagar por isso tipo em junho. Mas isso é a minha opinião. Tipo, eu acho que faz sentido que a secção seja aplicada para a PN mais próxima àquilo que ter acontecido.
Basicamente na ESN internacional também é assim, que é feito, ou seja, por exemplo, nós temos a GA agora em maio, tivemos enviado todos os requisitos mínimos agora em março. Ou seja, para depois o Conselho Fiscal, ou é a xerifia, que vai verificar todos esses requisitos e ver se está tudo bem. Portanto, poderia ser uma solução, não sei, gostaria também de ouvir a opinião do Conselho Fiscal neste momento.
Pronto. É assim, como vocês sabem, o Conselho Fiscal pode dar, sei lá, recomendações, né? Mas não é como se tivéssemos uma opinião efetivamente sobre questões fora do âmbito financeiro e orçamental.
Só uma questão de se seria fazível para vocês.
Naquilo que é a nossa experiência, é muito melhor fazer a verificação dos requisitos uma semana antes. Porquê? Primeiro, porque faz sentido aquilo que já foi aqui mencionado, que é se há secções que não têm deveres, que não estão a cumprir certos deveres, a penalização desse incumprimento é efetuada na Assembleia Geral, nos quais eles estão a ser verificados, não é? E há outra questão que é, sendo uma das competências do Conselho Fiscal monitorizar todos os procedimentos das Assembleias Gerais e assim, se eu estou preocupada durante todo o dia a fazer a verificação de requisitos, não consigo estar atenta a todos os procedimentos e é por isso que às vezes acontece que só ao meio da Assembleia que eu reparo em alguma coisa. Portanto, e nesse sentido facilitaria porque nós estaríamos a fazer multitasking. Mas vocês é que são os decisores em relação a isto, claro.
Deixa-me acrescentar uma coisa. Só para acrescentar que a Carolina, o ano passado, fizemos isto uma vez, porque foi fazer isto uma vez e acontece que é muito inconsistente estar a data limite no próprio dia e tentar aplicar as consequências na mesma Assembleia. Portanto, se for o caso de que as secções coletivamente decidam que é melhor aplicar-se na própria Assembleia, então, como o António sugeriu, acho que uma semana, por exemplo, é um bom começo. Ou isso, ou mantém-se o status quo, mas bem mais explícito.
Sim. Com isso surgem duas questões. A inicial é se está a ser feito com uma semana de aviso, ou seja, se serão dados avisos uma semana antes, e se houver um cumprimento após essa semana, até à PEN. Como é que seria feito?
Eu tenho uma sugestão que. A minha sugestão seria algo do género, enviar os documentos até uma semana antes da Assembleia Geral e para o CEF depois ter ali aquela semana toda para verificar isso e, por exemplo, não sei se querem pôr onde o sábado amanhã, tipo, no início, tipo, isso, mas acho que não, acho que também a secção deveria saber se calhar até antes, ou por exemplo, um dia antes da Assembleia Geral, sair então um e-mail ou qualquer coisa assim, que é como acontece no internacional, eles depois mandam um documento a dizer quais são os sectores que têm voto e qual a porcentagem de voto, mas pode ser outra história. É isso. Não sei como é que vocês preferiam, ou seja, se preferiam enviar, por exemplo, 2 semanas de antecedência e uma semana antes saber se iam ter voto ou não, apesar de que já estão inscritos no PN já, mesmo que tenha não quero vir ao assim. Ou se preferiam enviar até uma semana antes e depois no dia anterior saberem se iam ter voto ou no próprio dia.
Passa aí a melhor.
Isso não cria um problema novo para o Conselho Fiscal, porque é uma fase na qual eles têm que emitir todos os parceiros sobre todos os documentos que estão a ser implementados no PM e, portanto, seria uma altura na qual eles não querem mudar não só os deveres, como também todos os documentos que por si já têm um prazo bastante apertado para serem realizados.
Isto não tem. Melhor isto não durante a
Sim, mas por exemplo, nós enviamos os documentos para o CEF 2 semanas antes. Aqui vocês teriam de enviar só uma semana antes. Ou seja, nós enviamos por 15 dias, eles tinham 15 dias só para os nossos documentos. Depois outros, no 15 dias não, tinham 10, 7 dias para os nossos documentos. Depois da semana assim, seria com os vossos. Ou seja, seriam 2 semanas sempre nisto, mas faseado.
E agora surge uma segunda questão desta antecedência. Um dos deveres é a presença na Assembleia Geral e se os avisos são dados anteriormente, se for apresentado.
Não, é seguinte, ou seja, por exemplo, vocês na secção leva o aviso. Não leva aviso nenhum.
Não, a secção não tem aviso. Não vem à PN a seguir.
Já leva
um aviso uma semana antes, não vem a seguir.
Exato.
Não é verdade?
Ou seja, é sempre para a frente, nunca vais levar as sanções ou um aviso com retroativos.
Não, então eles iriam receber o aviso de não terem dado pena anterior uma semana posterior, e portanto isso não estaria a fazer, por exemplo, uma borda nova perder o direito ao voto, provavelmente culpa deles.
Sim, por isso é que a responsabilidade.
Mas isso é a pessoa coletiva. A pessoa coletiva tem continuidade.
Ou seja, isso é a importância de elegerem pessoas capazes para as vossas direções e terem essa preocupação de fazerem o melhor e dar o melhor de vocês. É a mesma coisa, por exemplo.
Isso já acontece.
Por exemplo, imaginando que agora, no caso da National Board, se nós deixássemos aqui uma dívida, iria afetar as National Boards seguintes, mas pronto, é justo.
Uma outra solução pode ser alterar um bocadinho essa questão, como esse dever está escrito, e fazermos a verificação pela lista de inscritos no evento.
Como assim?
Porque as inscrições para os eventos fecham 2 semanas antes ou 3 semanas logo. Agora não sei. 15 dias antes, não é? Ou seja, eu uma semana antes tenho já a lista.
Mas não tens a representatividade que nós temos a falar hoje.
Não, tem que se mudar isso também.
Não,
Tá
mas imagina, mas há pessoas que podem reservar, comprar o evento e depois não aparecer.
Eu sei, por isso é que estava a dizer que se calhar depois tinha que se mudar o modo como esse evento
Isso, é
vai
muito
ser.
isso ficava muito complicado, só havia mais problemas.
Há uma data, há uma data. Aqui conta tudo o que está até aquela data. Comprou
Não,
uma
não
para
sei.
mim. Pronto. Não comprou.
E pode vir sem votar. Sim, quero o direito a falar.
A representação cultural não sou direito.
Não sei que se calhar mais. Eu tenho uma proposta. Mas queria saber se mais.
Mais opiniões que ainda não disse nada. Ninguém ajuda. Sem pressão.
Sem pressão, não é?
Percebo.
Eu não lembro exatamente quando é que nós tínhamos discutido esse assunto antes, mas eu sei que dessa discussão é que surgiu aqui, depois quando ele tive no mail, diz até dia 20 se querem que o leitinho reveja antes, mas se for bem, ao dia 25. Nessa discussão, porque é que também foi discutido e porque é que chegou à conclusão não faz sentido estar com a deadline mesmo final uma semana antes. Foi por alguma razão. Alguém sabe como é que foi a discussão?
Ok, basicamente a questão de começar a enviar um dia antes foi uma proposta que nós fizemos, primeiro para, lá está, aliviar a nossa carga de trabalho durante a própria Assembleia, sem penalizar as próprias secções. Agora, aquilo que está no aqui é que os deveres só são verificados no primeiro dia da AG, ou seja, não posso vos obrigar a enviar as coisas antes. Aquilo que eu pedi foi, lá está, isso para facilitar. E porquê? Porque este ano temos tido o cuidado de vos dizer quando alguma coisa não está em conformidade. Pronto, isso não acontecia nos anos anteriores, aquilo que estava, estava, o que não estava e levavam todos a isso. Pronto. Como temos tido esse cuidado, eu passo, para não estar a passar o dia todo no sábado a não ouvir nada e a estar a contactar os presidentes, depois os presidentes estão aqui e também não ouvem os tópicos. E isso gerava um stress enorme ao CF e às secções locais. Então, pedimos para enviarem, experimentámos enviarem uma semana mais cedo. Quem quisesse que efetivamente fizéssemos essa revisão antes de fechar a deadline para terem os deveres cumpridos, para vos podermos dizer com calma, analisar os vossos documentos, vocês terem tempo também de fazerem alterações necessárias e de poderem voltar a submeter.
Mas não foi quando tivemos a discussão, não foi todo sugerido, mudámos mesmo as regras? Não foi. Eu estou a achar mesmo estranho.
Nós temos isso entre direção e ICF, mas eu posso usar.
Mas percebes?
Sim, ou seja, nós discutimos essa possibilidade, no entanto, não tínhamos ainda visto esta problemática, foi só por esta questão mais de praticidade, e aquilo que nós chegamos à conclusão seria, este CF decidiu fazer as coisas assim, e pronto, eles foram eleitos com as suas ideias para essa candidatura, etc. E quiseram implementar isto. Pronto, acho ótimo, acho que está a beneficiar as secções, mas pode vir um CEF a seguir à frente que não concordo nada com isso, que não queira fazer isso, não queira dar esta ajuda às secções. No entanto, fazendo assim, estamos a falar de coisas diferentes, ou seja, mesmo enviando uma semana antes, não vai, eles, por exemplo, queriam ter. Exatamente, se eles quiserem fazer isso, eles depois vão ter de fazer para vocês enviarem 2 semanas antes, para fazer aquela revisão, a tempo de não vos passar aviso. O que vai dar um overdose mais para ver os documentos da ESM Portugal e as secções já ao CF.
Passa a Bruno.
Pronto, a minha opinião é que eu concordo com vários documentos antes, acho que para vocês é muito bem o que estavas a dizer, acho que estarem aqui também, vocês estão como membros também da Assembleia, não estão propriamente só como CF, e isso aqui é dar o valor do nosso trabalho, e acho que isso faz sentido. Acho que é muito um trabalho, ou melhor, uma decisão que vem muito da vossa parte também, porque acho que para nós não faz tanta diferença mandar os documentos uma semana antes ou no momento, acho que não é isso que faz muita diferença. O que eu sugeria é, que, caso isto aqui vá para a frente e nós realmente temos esta semana de antecedência, é que existem depois reuniões, às vezes, one-on-one com as secções, porque, por exemplo, eu sinto muito que presencialmente, quando estou a ter o contacto mais direto em vez de só trocar mensagens, é mais fácil resolver alguns problemas, até mesmo às vezes algumas coisas que não estão em conformidade, acho que é mais fácil e acho que isso iria beneficiar até mesmo o vosso trabalho, vocês iam estar mais tranquilos e o nosso também. Pronto, acho mesmo que vai um bocado da vossa opinião, daquilo que vocês preferirem e nós acho que iremos concordar com tudo, porque realmente acho que para nós é um bocado indiferente. Acho que é um bocado isso.
Pronto, se nós ninguém tiver algo a acrescentar, o que eu sugeria era, se todos concordarem, dar algum tempo à Direção Nacional para fazer uma proposta mais pensada e analisar todo o leque para fazer algo mais coeso. Depois, na próxima PMI, então, apresentarmos uma nova proposta e, pronto, se concordarem é isso que podemos fazer. E agradecer desde já também ao Tiago por fazer esta ação, por ter recordado isto e por todos os contributos que se meteram agora.
Sim, passa ao ponto.
É só para dizer que a nossa opinião não é assim tão relevante. Podem perguntar sobre as nossas experiências e as nossas expectativas, mas a nossa opinião sobre o que é que devia ser fazer ou não importa assim tanto, porque nós somos o Conselho Fiscal agora, não somos o Conselho Fiscal no futuro, e o importante é vocês, a Assembleia Geral, determinarem como é que querem que a Assembleia se reja. Portanto, não é importante se nós gostamos mais de uma forma ou de outra, é como é que vocês querem que a Federação funcione. E se preferirem que seja uma verificação feita antes, é isso assim que se manifestar. E não tem sido só a Bordo Nacional fazer uma proposta, para dizer vocês.
Passa ao livro.
Só para finalizar, mas claramente nós também temos de ser assim. Mas acho que nem nenhum de vocês, porque realmente vocês têm que fazer o trabalho todo essencial. Por isso acho que vocês têm o voto mais pesado da matéria, na minha opinião. E por isso eu acho que devemos ouvir-vos principalmente e depois acho que, mais uma vez, digo que dá uma semana de antecedência que vamos vai ter muita diferença nos documentos ou não. Por isso acho que é o melhor para toda a gente.
Pronto, no seguimento desta conversa, eu quero agradecer ao MUN e a todas as secções locais que estão aqui presentes, apesar do Conselho Fiscal não ter poder executivo e não poder expressar-se de uma forma mais ativa em relação a este tópico. Quero agradecer a vossa preocupação e também ter em conta como é que isto vai refletir-se no nosso trabalho e levar isso em consideração no formulário de uma proposta. Obrigada.
Vai, Laura!
Vamos ouvir.
Eu tinha outro tópico, mas não vou falar sobre esse tópico. Então eu queria pedir, não sei se tem tópicos para a próxima de Local World Call, mas esse era um tópico para lá, falar sobre o movimento interno. Mas se vocês tiverem os tópicos, fica difícil falar sobre tudo.
Acho que.
Estás à vontade.
Conclusão, não falem muito na próxima.
Se quiseres falar até à meia-noite, nós
podem propor os tópicos.
Sim, mas se vocês tivessem 500
Não,
tópicos,
só para maio é que temos
Pronto, é isso. Vá, ter atenção para não ser uma local muito longa.
Faltaria 7 de abril.
A maga é que
sobre este assunto, ou seja, sobre esta. E sobre o que surgiu aqui durante a PN, sobre ou seja, o voto, contar para votar.
Mas isso está proposto para ser aprovado amanhã.
O que surgiu com esse em Lisboa, o facto de voto ter sido desejado, mas eles não têm direito a votar.
Ou seja, diferenciar a delegação de voto noutro membro de outra secção ou em alguém
Isso é
da própria
fácil, já está em
direção.
pontos diferentes, é fácil.
Agora,
Já está separado em pontos diferentes o voto de uma pessoa e o voto de uma pessoa de outra secção. São pontos diferentes. Porque diz lá, ligar uma pessoa da própria
malta.
Ou seja, neste aqui é dizer, neste caso.
Ok, então terminamos este tópico, certo? Terminamos o dia de hoje! Okay, in English now. Okay, tomorrow at 10. Don't forget that the hour is going to change. Okay? 10 means 10.
10 means 10.
Tomorrow, amanhã, às 10. Desculpa, por isso é que não preciso em inglês. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Don't forget that the hour is going to change. Okay? At 10, the door closes. Informações para o jantar. Ouça, malta. Informações para o jantar. Agora já terminamos, oficialmente a Assembleia.
Vamos festejar uma hora.